Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, July the 8th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. So if you were in the room yesterday, I was saying hardly any action in the pre-market. There weren't very many gap ups. There still aren't very many gap ups, but look at all the gap downs. We are in a huge gap down market today so far. I have to scroll all the way down here to get all my gap downs. Can't go over them all. There's just too many. But let's take a look at some of the action this morning. Tons of gap downs, though. And the meme stocks are in disarray. Look at GME, look at AMC, Palantir. You name it, meme stock. I think most of them are all getting just creamed. So now there are some that are actually moving up. Couldn't quite find any specific news for U1 or Carve, but U1 was up. And yeah, if you had shorts available for it, great. That was $10, very tough nut for it to crack, and it didn't. So if you had shorts available, great. Carve, probably the same thing. Today would be a day, especially if the market continues like this. I would say every day is almost a short that pops, but even today, more so today, especially if the market is like this. Actually, Carve is holding. Carve is not looking exactly like U1. So Carve is actually holding a little bit better than U1. Well, wasn't that news yesterday? I didn't see I saw news for Carve, but I didn't see it today. Maybe I just don't see it then in IB. Anyway, AMC, got to mention it. AMC, boy, it took out 40. I don't know if it's popped back over 40. Yeah, just a little bit over 40, but it's down 10%. TESS was up yesterday afternoon, actually, after hours, I believe. TESS. Yeah, it was up after hours, kind of giving up some of it, but this is pre-market right here. This is after hours. They've guided their Q1 guidance. They've increased it, so that gave a boost to TESS. Very low float, $5.5 million in the float. ARPO. We're getting a lot of these now, and I'll explain what I mean by a lot of these now. So here's ARPO, big gap up. You kind of look for the news. I don't see anything other than Wainwright upgrading them to $22 price target. That's pretty, 10 times the current price, approximately 10 times the current price. Fine. But we're seeing a lot of these analysts, just putting these super aggressive price targets. JZXN. Let me just see if it's still up. It was up this morning, but I just noticed on my gappers that it maybe is giving it all. Yeah, it gave it all back up. So obviously this is not a gap up now. This is a gap down. Look at this. Talk about I don't know if this was shortable, not for me anybody anyway. Yeah, so obviously on my gap up list, this is now a gap down, JZXN. Seed, there was a good short if anybody took it. Seed was a great short. At that point right there, and it was up to almost $10, and then it dropped down to $8. It is coming back. Some news, 4 new corn hybrids have been approved. So that is your seed news. Game could be interesting today. Excuse me. So Game is gapped up big. I guess they filed a patent infringement against DraftKings. So it's just a filing, okay? It's not an award or anything like that. So they have filed a patent infringement against DraftKings, DKNG. Take a look at DKNG. DKNG is getting hit a little bit anyway. Actually, that's pretty big. I don't know if they filed yesterday, because it had a big down day yesterday and continuation. Thank you, Kev. Now, as I say, there are a ton of other stocks that are gapping down now, guys. OCGN, MVI. I mean, there's just a ton of them. So can't go over them all. But look at the market. Look at the SPY. Wow. I mean, here's where it closed yesterday. And look at it right now. Okay, 9:10. Let's see if the analysts what they were doing last night. See if they have any especially that Wainwright one. I just sort of shake my head. ARPO, $2 stock, price target 22. But we're seeing a lot of that now. So let me just find my, okay, there they are. Let's see if they're very active. Interesting. Yeah, actually, they've got a few upgrades this morning, so let's take a look. Getting a few more in here. These are the upgrades I'm getting in. I see TCBI. They got a couple of upgrades. Take a look at that once I finish. TCBI has a couple of upgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Let me take a look at TCBI, see if it's any action this morning. Didn't see it. TCBI, come on. Yeah, not really anything. All right, I'll get the downgrades in now. Yeah, it's all to do with these yields, etc. That's today's news anyway for the market. Just a few more downgrades I get in. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, DBGI is just now starting. I didn't have it originally because this was down for the day, but now look at DBGI. You're right, Kev. DBGI is exploding here after being down most of the morning in the pre-market. DBGI is starting to explode. Yeah, I mean, again, fade these pops, guys. I mean, is this shortable? Again, I shouldn't be saying it like that. That sounds like investment advice. I'm not, but I mean, just got to be, especially with the market. I mean, if the market continues like this and keeps drifting down, and you see something that pops, you've got to be aware that, unless it is truly got some extraordinary news and it's just going to trade on its own, any pop will be very suspect highly suspect. Got to say though, Carve is actually holding well. CRV, this is holding well. I mean, there's the high. I mean, it's down from the highs, yes, but I mean, look here on the 15-minute chart. It is holding well. It's not shortable for me, so I can't even look to short it, but you know, it's pretty impressive so far how well it's holding. Now, again, this is one of these situations where it's got a, whether that float information is exactly correct. I mean, we've got 552,000, which is, I always use the term insanely low, but even if it's, you know, you can go to you go to 10 different data providers, you might get 10 different results for that. The bottom line is it'll be low. I mean, again, guys, just here it is. This tells the entire story. In my gap ups, I've got the grand total of 5 gap ups this morning. Can't even count how many gap downs. All right, I mean, it's just if I could, well, it's right down to here, but so I mean, this is the market for today anyway. This is the market we're in today. William, I hope so. Yeah, but we'll see. You know, the resiliency of some of these things it always astonishes me. But I mean, you know, for me, I mean, AMC giving up 40. I think it's just over 40 now, but there's the bottom yesterday, 42. You know, there's the bottoming tail right there for AMC, and it's underneath that. Yeah, CRTD, I mean, I do have this one. I added it, I think, to the, I think I added it to my watch list. I don't think I talked about it, though. Yeah, it's on the watch list, CRTD. This was just as I was opening the room. Right at 9 o'clock, we had this move. And, of course, low float. Fairly high. I mean, not crazy high short float percent. No news, but yeah, we'll just have to wait and see once this market opens to see if it really has. There's the 200-day moving average right there, 378. What did it get to? A little bit above it. Yeah, Riley, I don't know. I don't have any IB charts open, so I don't know. Not shortable for me, CRTD either at Interactive Brokers. So, but you know that there's I mean 377, the 200-day moving average is right there. So it did pop above it a little bit. But I don't know. I mean, I just very dubious today of trying to go long anything right now. Anyway. Remember BTU yesterday? Remember had that little run right at the end of the day, And here's after hours, and now look at it now. I mean, just so there was some news. Let's see. Peabody announces offer to purchase up to. No, so it's some kind of a financing thing, up to 13 million. Okay, so it's some kind of a financing deal. All right, is DBGI holding this pop now? Strange morning action. Again, I don't. Okay, so there is some news at 9 o'clock. So this is a Q1 estimate on their revenues, increased 100% quarter over quarter. Went from $1 to $2. Ha ha. But seriously, I mean that is the news. And sees Q2 revenue up about 100%. Again, using statistics. I mean, I don't know what their revenues are, but you know this is their news right there. Now, I was looking at some of the cruisers. I really hadn't seen the cruisers over the last little while. It really hadn't popped up, but you know, again, with this, I mean, look at NCLH. I mean, look at the last few days. You know, I think this variant is really kind of taking hold here. Maybe not in the U.S., but certainly worldwide. So this is putting a damper on stocks like this, CCL, NCLH. Yeah, with California going into sort of a mini lockdown again. I mean, geez, we just can't get away from it. Well, they might be, but then you're just sitting on dead money for months, I guess, Riley. I mean, that's my issue with this. I mean, you're just sitting on dead money. You know, if you're going to wait for the summer to be over. Oh, I see. You mean the summer break from school? Now they can get back. I don't know. I mean, I mean, look at. Let me see. You look at AMC. You know, as an example. I mean, this is, come on. These charts are really lagging badly. This problem with the new build, guys, I'm going to tell you right now, for me anyway, the charts lag a little bit. And that's because of these, you know, I guess there's more horsepower required with the docking. Now, it's not horrible, but, you know, it's not lightning like before, so. But there's yesterday's bottom right there, 42.13, so it's below that. And when you look at GME, I believe GME is just, I mean, there's yesterday's bottom. What was it? 177.56. So it's a little bit above it. It had dipped down below it a little bit, but I don't know. Yeah, you don't have to use docking. You know, you'll always, you know, docking is I guess it'll be what I'll call an option. You don't have to use docking. Don't get me wrong, I love the docking. And in fact, once the market opens, I mean, I really haven't, there might be a little bit of lag, but it really hasn't driven me nuts. Like, you know, I mean, if it had, I wouldn't use it. Yeah, exactly. In terms of the lag. But it hasn't, you know, believe me, I wouldn't use it if it was driving me crazy. All right, guys. Well, huge area right now for clean energy. Look at CLNE is gap down below the 200-day, well, way below the 200-day moving average. It was sitting on top. It kissed it yesterday, and you see exactly where it got to, literally to the penny. And now look at it right now, CLNE gapping down. Like so many. I mean, I just can't go over them all. There's just so many stocks that are gapping down this morning. Now, this could turn into, as I always phrase it, my favorite day. You know, if we have a rally during the day, you know, at some point, and we see a nice march up, a couple hours, we could see a lot of great bounces, especially stocks that are getting beat up for no real reason, no specific news. GBS, I haven't seen, don't see GBS at all, so let's see why not. Okay, so yeah, it just popped up. Is it shortable? No! Too many of these are not shortable for me. Look at this. I mean, what an area for it to try to break that $4 level. It did, briefly. Now, according to some, gravity does not exist. All right, guys. I'm going to, there, I'm just going to get set for this open. All right, guys, so I'll typically just sit on my hands for the first 15 minutes anyway, just try to let things settle down a little bit, try to get maybe a bit of a direction in the market. Well, if I do a quick look at the sectors, let me just do a quick look to see if there's anything. Okay, let's see if there's anything that is actually. Well, if you look at this, again, this is, you look at this, you wouldn't think there's anything wrong. This might be from yesterday, though. Let's see. Yeah, this is, yeah, these are all from yesterday. Oh, I see. Okay. I should get this live always. I'd have to do a live always on them all. Yeah, so this gives this. Now the problem is it's not going to be saved like this. I'm going to get them to change that, I think. Anyway, you know, so I mean, I don't think there's one sector that's, let me get this one, the staples, I don't think. Yeah, so look, yeah, there's not one sector. Let me just do the SPY too. Racing before they open, guys. I got 8 seconds. Boom, there we go. Yeah, so there's not one sector that's doing, whoops, healthcare, We're open. Let's have a great day. So there you go. And here are all your sectors. I'm going to make that, as I'm going to ask them to make that the default, I think. In fact, just give me a moment here. I'm going to pass that on. All right, guys, we're now open. Remember, yesterday we had a ton of halts, resumes. All right, guys, I'm keeping an eye on this IC. This is one from Zach yesterday. See if it is any life in it today. All right, well, we're actually getting some pops here, guys. We're getting some decent pops. What's the market doing? So the market right now, so the open, ooh, look, I mean, tech just got clobbered on the open. Dow's down, SPY's down, of course, but tech just got clobbered on the open. However, keep an eye on that first 15-minute candle for the SPY. Will we have my favorite day? You know, maybe an hour or two. Doesn't have to go, you know, ballistic up, but just, you know, inch its way up. Look at clean energy. I mean, you know, it's just it was getting clobbered in the pre-market, and now look at it. It's right up to the 200-day, I believe. Yes. All right, LU, on the way down. China stock, all-time low. LU, all-time low. Hey, it's shortable at IB. It's shortable. Boy, just getting thumped here. I don't know if there's any specific news on it or, you know, it's just because. Wow, look at this. LU just getting clobbered here, guys. All-time low now. Now, is this pop continuing? So there's that first green candle. We're only 4 minutes in, of course, 4.5 minutes in. GBS long. Okay, let me take a look at that. I thought there was some resistance around 4. Well, not anymore. Right here, yeah, right there was the area. How is Carve doing? Carve is it still hanging in there? Kind of, kind of. I'll stick on a little around 1826, see if that happens. All right, well there it took out well, it's at 18. Did it last? Not really, not yet anyway. Again, guys, if you're going to play this carve, it's such a low float. So again, I'm going to say this. If you take this trade, you cannot leave your computer. All right, guys. Well, let's see. There's the U1, guys, and you probably know it happened. It triggered somewhere else. Also, those of you with their premium service. First halt, yes, first halt. All right, well, we've got a halt, and well, we're getting some halts again. Oh, this is on the way down, though. DBGI just got halted on the way down. And, of course, our favorite one from yesterday, NEGG, I'm going to say Nest Egg, New Egg, got halted on the way up. All right, you won. On the move here, guys. But be careful on it. I mean, again, another low float. Whoops, how many in the float for U1? And reacting, obviously, to the... So, yeah, another low float, 6 million. Not quite as crazy as the Carve. But obviously, I should say obviously, but... Let's see what Carve looks like. If this holds, we've got a 20 bid, 20 bid, 20 ask. Okay, for Carve. Now that can change, of course. Boy, LU just getting absolutely thumped here. They did not take this one. A little early. Okay, so volume coming into IC. Okay, give me a moment here, please. Just waiting to see. Okay, I'm waiting to see. This is starting to look better now for the carve coming out of the halt. This is what I'm talking about, guys. This is what I'm seeing. So the halt's at 1942. We've got 2020. Again, that doesn't absolutely have to be, but this is what it's stacking up. The halt was at 936. Excuse me. So 936 plus 48 seconds. So this could open in just a little over a minute if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. But see how this is going to fluctuate. Again, that's from Interactive Brokers. You're nothing to do with trade ideas. So if you took U1, just be super aware of how there it goes, guys. If you took U1, just be super aware of what's going to happen when carve opens, okay? And probably piggyback. This will be a sympathy play. All right, I can show you now, guys, why there it was, 860 from the AI, 932 now, 8%. Now that's the first and only, so far, trigger from the AI this morning. Okay, guys, carve open and look at the pop. Remember, it said 2020, so this is actually way better. Now, will this, and NEG just resumed, NEGG just resumed. Excuse me, little gap up. And carve just halted again, guys. Carve just halted again. So U1 being dragged along. DBGI halted again on the way down. On your halt scanner? No, I don't know why, but there it is. I don't know why it didn't come up on yours. Now, now here's a cheap one. They usually can trade along with them. Oxbridge, just not as dynamic. OXBR, a lot of resistance right up here. And the other one was BYCY or something like that. Just haven't really seen them though. The two really are U1 and Carve. Now, this ZH is actually having a rebound. I think this is on my short list. ZH made my so having a bit of a rebound. This made my watch list because by the way, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. So another minute. I'm not saying anything will happen at 9:45, but there is a delay on purpose. There it goes, guys. U1 is just now. I mean, this can crawl along with the carve. Right here is a huge area, 1077. I mean, it seems it's only less than $1 away. Look at the volume that's coming into you. There it is, 1077. Look at this. Takes that out. Look out. And it just got halted. Now here's the other crazy one. This can be really whippy. Another one that's, when I talk about the crazy one, I'm talking about COHN. Didn't really see this, you know, it wasn't really piggybacking with the other two, but look at it now and another crazy, crazy low float. Okay, there's the OXBR now over 3. You know, you don't have to get them all, just, you know, maybe get one. China stock TME is on the way down here. Okay, guys, the market is not recovered. Remember that that was a green candle at one point, that first 15-minute candle. It was up here. Sellers knocked it down, and sellers are still firmly in control, guys. So what we're looking at here with U1 and Carve and the some of the other ones that piggyback, these are your classic alpha stocks. They do not care what the market is doing. Not going to be too many like that today if the market continues like this. Yeah, I mean, I'm not too wild about anything coming in here unless it's truly going to trade on its own. It's hard to know, of course, but okay, now Zach was pointing out that this might be one of the meme stocks, the CRTD. So there it is again, right at the 200-day moving average, CRTD. Look at 10 cent. Wow. TME. Look at TME just getting thumped. So you look here on the monthly chart. What do you see? 956 area. That's $3 away. Look at the weekly chart. What a break on the weekly chart. I mean, wow. Yeah, keep an eye on the IC, guys. I mean, it's, you know, this is one that Zach talked about yesterday. IC, all these bottoming tails. You know, sellers tried to knock it down. It wasn't like a huge amount of volume. Yeah, let's see if it gets back over 950 and maybe takes a run at that 10 level. Here we go, guys. Chris, I don't know if you're in the room, Chris, who talked about options. So I'm just looking at IC as an example. Yeah, we've got a bunch at 10 and some at 12, $12.50. Hardly any puts. And that is for IC. Okay, Cone just came out of the halt. And let's see what it's doing. Okay, so Gage, sorry, probably that's a better pronunciation. One of the scans I'm sharing. Let me just get it for you, okay. Okay, if you go to my homepage right there, if you find that, hopefully you can see that tab right there. Click on the link, okay. There's UONE, guys. And go to the scan section right here. There's the scan section. One of the scans is the halts resumes, wherever it is. I know it's here somewhere. There you are. Halts resumes. Okay. So I'm sharing that. Just have to go to my home page, go to the scan section, and then you can load it. All right. Okay, so this one again halted on the way up. COHN. Zach, can you hear me today, or are you on music today? I'll get my answer in about 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess he's on music today. And let's see, the CRTT just got a resumption, so it didn't pop. A little bit of a drop in it. Gotta say, guys, there is some resiliency in the meme stock. So look at GME. You know, it looked like going to give up that 180 pretty seriously, but there is some resiliency. What's AMC doing? Now, AMC is not really following suit. Now, here's another one just getting hammered. TUYA. Another China stock. Another, not a lifetime low, maybe. No, not a lifetime low. Looking left on the weekly chart, the low is 1781. It's about $1 away, right from around here. All right, guys, so looking left on that weekly chart for CRTD, 438 is the next high. There it goes. IC is continuing its little march back here. And another halt for Carve. Wow. Just like yesterday, the halts resumes is just going crazy. Never a dull moment, and U1 didn't look like it was going to give up 10, but just popped right back up. Again, with these low floats, guys, just be really, really, really careful. Let me back this out a little bit because I thought Carve actually, wow, so this is actually, you know, when it went crazy before, this is what it got to, 23, so it is even crazier now. And look at OXBR, guys, OXBR over 3. I mean, all these are linked to a certain extent. I just don't know. I mean, it's another low float situation. So what could start happening, of course, is that as those other ones get more expensive, traders will start looking for the cheaper ones. Okay, let's see where this one could open. Carve. So right now I'm just seeing 260606. So I mean it's right basically where it halted. I see guys marching. All right, Arpo. Arpo on the move also, guys. You know, if you don't know the news about this one, Wainwright, an insanely big price target they put on this at $22. So, again, I can't emphasize enough, guys. Just be careful with these, with the float that they've got. Yeah, it's wonderful when you're in these on the way up. It's not so good if you're left holding the bag on the way down. So just be really, really careful. Chris, are you in the room? Chris, not Chris without the S, with the options. I guess he's not in the room. Nothing in the options scanner, by the way, yet. Which makes a little bit of sense because, you know, for it to be in the option scanner, it's got to be moving higher. And, you know, right now, we've got a little mixed right here. You know, we have that red candle. Now we've got a green candle. This is the first, in fact, well, it's a pretty good looking green candle now, guys. These are the first two 15-minute candles on the SPY. All right, well, I guess traders are just eating this up with that price target, $22 ARPO. It's not a crazy low float, 39 million, certainly not excessive, but look at the volume. It's traded the float already, 50 million. Here's your float, 39. Yeah, so PXV, first of all, welcome to the platform, okay? Nice to have you aboard here. Yeah, you can do one window, okay, speaking the ticker. So here's how you do it. And when I say one, I'll explain why. So here's how you do it. If you right click on an alert window and go to properties and click on actions, you have this pop up. This is the pop up that you'll see. Check that play sound and then set up the sound. Notice you have text to speech. So you can check that. Now, why I say one, you don't want to have every one, because the whole idea of these sound alerts is to have a different sound alert for each window. So when you hear a sound, you'll know which window to look at. If you have them all text-to-speech, you'll never know which window to look at. Okay? So you can put one of them as text-to-speech. So you just check it and just say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert will get attached to the alert window that you started the exercise on, okay? Does that make sense? So again, right click, properties, actions, and then just follow the instructions. Also, if you're brand new, I would take a look at the 20 lessons. I don't know if you've done this already, but if you haven't, I would take a look at the 20 lessons. All right, now this is not shortable for me, GBS, just to let you know, but to also let you know the AI is looking at a short on this. All right, so ARPO, let's take a look at it. Let's examine it a little bit more here. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is 425. And we've got, and seed, are you kidding me? How did I miss this? Well, this is a bit, they're very choppy though. Very, very choppy in the first 15. Look at these bottoming tails. However, you know, the bottoming tails, and it just, I'm sorry, seed resumed. I mean, they did have some news this morning. Four new corn hybrids were approved for seed. So they did have some news. This one is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, I mean, I'd be looking, I mean, what did it get to this morning? Way up to 1055 before it. So you guys maybe are all over the short right now. The AI is off to a really, really good start, guys. I'm going to go over this a little bit, but I mean, you know, I had two opportunities to get into U1. I mean, now U1 is pulled back a lot, but remember where it was. And GBS on the short. William with E-Trade. Are there shorts available for GBS at E-Trade? Or anybody with E-Trade? I know they're not available at IB. But how about E-Trade with GBS shorts? All right, let's take a look at the market. Again, a little bit, it's still undecided. What we'd love to see, I mean, if you're looking to play bounces and things like that, what you want to see in the SPY is something like this. Just, you know, get a few 15-minute candles going in this direction. They don't have to be huge. Just get a bit of a direction, though, positive, if you're looking to play bounces. Okay, we have one option alert right now, and that is for GAN, G-A-N. But look at this. I mean, I think this is coming into a lot of resistance here. I may be wrong, but looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance. And it's not that far away, around 1770-ish. So remember, when I get something from my option scanner, I mean, I love the alerts we get, but I also want to see something that, in my opinion, has a lot more room before it's going to hit some resistance. Now, this might, this might tear right through all this, but all right. Well, I mean, look, if it takes this out, I mean, it just looks like there's a lot of resistance for GAN right in this area, and the area, up to 18. Yep, it's just do the same thing. Just do exactly the same thing. Right click, go to properties, or sorry, in this case it's actions. Sorry, it's not properties, it's actions, and it's the same window then. Okay. So again, just right click and go to and click on actions, and then it's the same window. Okay. What a crazy day. Look at clean energy. It came right roaring back. Even though it's not like the market roared back, but clean energy just roared back. Yeah, I have changed it. I mean, the only thing I've done, maybe what you're seeing, if if you load it from my layouts, the only thing I added, you don't have to, is I made sure that the stocks are up for the day. So if you're seeing other stocks other than GAN, it just means that, you don't have to make the change that I did, but it just means that the stock must be down for the day. That's all. Okay? Does that make sense? Because I added that the stock has to be up for the day. Okay, so all you have to do is if you can see that tab here that's called Barry's homepage, SM. If you can see that tab, I'm assuming you can see. Okay, great. Then you just click on it, and then there's the link. And as I always say, save my link, because I'm going to go over a lot of this at around 10:20. But there's a lot of information in these two sections, including my scans. Okay. All my scans, including the layout that you see, and also education. I'm going to go over this in about 10 minutes. Okay, so save my link, then you can look at all this when you want to. Okay? Well, if you can see it, no, seriously. That's why I'd be pasting my link all day long. Just click, if you see it, I thought you said you can see it, just click the link. Come on, all right? Otherwise, I'm pasting the link in all day long. That's why I have my homepage tab there. Okay? Okay, Carlos, quick question. I lost my price window, the one you have in the top right corner. Well, it's here. You're talking about that. You're talking about the single stock window. You just have to, just go single stock window and load it again. And hopefully you saved it so that you'll get your filters that you want. Always save your work though. I don't know how you lost it. If you save your work, I mean, every day I do the same thing. I save my layout every single day. So save it, Carlos, save it. So when you say, Miguel, when you say is the site delay or real time, this is all, if you're looking at my screen, this is all real time. Yeah, so Gaj, do this. If you go, you're using the application, right? Not the web-based version. Click on new and then AI/ Holly strategy trades window. Okay, AI/ Holly strategy trades window. When you do that, you should see all the trades. You must be if you're just seeing, okay, then you should see this window and here are all the trades. Okay. Well, if you right click actions, I mean, doesn't this box pop up? Right click, you don't see actions? If you don't see actions, I don't know how I can help you. And you've got this one that says strategy trades all. So right click and actions right down here. Oh yeah, Eagle. If you're using a web-based version, don't. And guys, I see some questions in the YouTube room. I'll get to them. Okay. There's no way to increase it historical. Just to let you know. If you don't see actions, I'm not sure how I can help you because this is nothing. This is nothing new. This has been there for almost forever. I might have to send you to our tech support, not in this room here, but oh, I see. No, you're okay, Eagle. I see what you mean. No, no, you're. This is a web based. This is just web based. Okay, there's no app. It's just web based. You can access it. You're talking about the trading room. There's no app for the trading room, if that's what you mean. Okay, now somebody asked. I better start answering some of the questions I'm getting from our YouTube room. So I know it's a little confusing. There's a YouTube room and then there's what we call the main trading room, okay? This is what the main trading room looks like. More activity, more traders, more posts, more ideas thrown around, okay? We do have a YouTube room. They see my screen, they can hear me, just not as active. So if you want to head over, for those of you in the YouTube room, if you want to head over to the what I call the main trading room, I just popped the link in. Holly's no longer trading in brokerage plus simulated trading. RK. You sure you're in sim mode? Because it shouldn't be trying to attach. It should not be trying to connect to your broker if you're in sim mode. I don't know what you mean. It's saying it shouldn't. Obviously, it should not be saying it. Why would it be saying that? But broker not connected if you're in simulation mode. Okay, so awesome. We do have a and you're 100% sure. Okay. First of all, let me try to take a trade. And we're almost at 10:20, but you won, and I'm in sim mode, and it says and you're definitely attached to. You have to have somehow. See, I'm in a development mode, so this is what it says for me. Simulated trading. Somehow you have to see that somewhere. And it shouldn't make any difference whether it's an AI alert or not. I mean, it should make no difference at all. Yeah, I'm going to have to send you then to our tech because I mean, if you're 100% sure you're connected in sim mode. Now, are you trying to do this auto trade or are you just trying to take a trade from the AI? Okay. Now you're in simulation mode and you're just checking to see how this would work. So you've turned them all on. You've turned them all on. You've enabled all your strategies. Well, I'll keep it on. I want to see what happens. I'm in simulation mode. I'll keep it on and see what happens. Now, I mean, because of my limit offset, I don't know. I don't do this at all, as you know. I don't attempt to auto trade the AI, so I don't know where my limit offset is. 11 cents. We'll see if it takes one. I don't think so. It shouldn't be, but we'll see if it takes a trade. Meanwhile, what's happening? Cone, CO, wow, COHN is just. So this is now marching to its own beat, guys. So when you look at U1 is starting to drift down. This one. I have to answer this. Awesome. Okay, so we do have a post-market scanner. Okay. If you click on New, Channel Bar. Okay. And After Hours it's called. Okay. So when you say what settings do you need, you can check our After Hours channel. Okay. Remember though, it's a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Right now. Okay. So awesome. Did you see that? So just click on click on new and then channel bar and then down here After Hours. Now you can modify it of course if you want, but I mean that is our After Hours channel. Okay, give me a moment here. All right, guys. It's 10:20 already. Okay. Well, what a morning already. Lots and lots of action. See what GAN did. So, as kind of predicted, I thought GAN would stall right around here. And look what it did. It got up to 18. So, I mean, it's not bad. I mean, if you were able to take it right at 1741 or close, this is what I'm talking about right here from my options scanner. Now, I mean, it's not the worst thing, but man, oh man, the CRTD has been all over the place here, guys. All over. Now look at it. So if Zach is right that this was a meme stock this morning on the Reddit crew, I don't know if it's WSB or just in general on Reddit. I don't know. All right. Well, first of all, if you are new to the room, welcome to the room. Look at the SPY, guys. This is not good if you're going long a lot of things. But look at Zila. XLEA is, on a mission also. It doesn't care what the SPY is doing. So we've got some great alpha stocks today. Alpha in that they don't, these stocks don't care what the market's doing. All right, so welcome to the room. Again, this is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And I'm just going to pop. Now, here's where I do pop my link in, because I have to pop my homepage link in on its own to the YouTube room. So okay, so there's my homepage link. All right, so it's always here too, excuse me, in the main trading room. Here's my homepage tab, and there's the link, okay? So when you click on my link, this is what you'll see. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription if you want. Barry for Alpha is the promo code you can use. Excuse me, 15% off, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, we have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. $22.68 a year for our premium on an annual basis, minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 15% on an annual basis. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'm going to go over in a little bit. There are some other differences, but that's the main difference. You don't have to take on an annual plan. If you want to go monthly, that's fine. Here are our prices. You can apply that discount, the 15%, to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly plan, then this is what you'll pay going forward after that first month. Again, you can apply the 15% discount to the first month only. Trade of the week. You can sign up for that. This is a free service. It'll get sent every Monday morning before the market opens. As I said yesterday, guys, the trade of the week was, I think it's SPRT or SRPT. Just take a look at it. Okay, so it's SPRT, right? SPRT. Okay, so the trade of the week is SPRT. Now, the trigger, you're always, when you get the trade of the week email, it'll tell you, okay, this is a suggested entry. The suggested entry was, I think, 441. Okay? So what did it do yesterday? Got up to 529. I said, look, guys, the trades of the week are designed for longer term holds. But, for me in these markets, I don't know. I'd be taking some profit. Okay? Now, it's coming back. But, look where it got to this morning. Pre-market 382. It is starting to come back. But, how you trade the trades of the week will be up to you. Stock of the day video. I'll do one at noon every day. Going to be interesting to which one I'm going to do. Okay, these two sections right here, a lot of information. Here are my scans. I'm sharing my layout that you see up here. Click for my layout. Remember, because it's a layout, you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. All the other scans, I've got individual scans that I'm sharing. You know, you may have your own layout. You don't necessarily want my layout. Now, my layout, of course, is what you see. It doesn't have all these other scans in here. I would never have a layout that big. All right, but I've created scans over the years. Some of them, you know, you take a look. Some of them might be of interest to you. And the education section, big education section. Can't emphasize enough the 20 lessons. So, you know, what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, etc. Lots of information here. Goes over all the basic features of Trade Ideas. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can still you click on that link and you can take a look at what we have to offer. All right? Daily support session. So again, I talk about a YouTube room. So I do take a break at around noon. Somebody else, one of the other traders at Trade Ideas, takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today is Thursday, so I believe it'll be Jamie. Before I take my break, I will let you know, and I'll put the link in. Look at XLEA. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos, you know, starting Trade Ideas from scratch. A little more information about the AI. And back to basics. This is for you if you're new to trading, completely new to trading, or you're really, well, maybe you're only a month into it. Starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so this is great for newbies. It's all free. And we have some ebooks that we created. So again, I go over this rather quickly because best thing to do, just save my link. You know, save my homepage link. And then you can take a look at all this when you want to. These two sections here, a lot of information. All right, guys, MITQ. MITQ is an IPO today. It just launched. You can see it right here. MITQ. Give me a moment here as I size my window on my other monitor. Yeah, so I mean, I'm going to go over the AI in just a bit. This is what it looks like. Okay, yeah, you have an entry price. Again, you don't have to follow it exactly. How you trade the AI will be up to you. But you have an entry, you have a stop. Okay, how you trade it will be up to you. I mean, you know, right at the bat, AIs have, even though it looks bad now in terms of these percentages, but in conservative, you know, you got out when the AI got out. You know, you're way up 27%. How you trade it will be up to you. But you're right. All right, first of all, I just want to talk about AI, Trade Ideas in general. So what we are a scanner, okay? That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter where you are in the world. We have somebody from Australia. You can use Trade Ideas, okay? So this is an example, a very simple scanner. I call it basic new highs and lows. Very simple scanner. Configure. I'll show you what I'm looking for in that particular scanner. So I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal. 400,000 shares minimum, etc. Okay. You know what these numbers, what these values are. That's not the important thing. The important thing is recognizing that you start off with filters. Okay, to sort of get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. And so if these filter requirements are met, criteria are met and a stock makes either a new high for the day or a new low for the day, I get an alert. And it's a real-time alert. Okay? So this is why CASA is showing up right now. Notice the volume, of course, is more than 400,000. The relative volume that I said was what, 4? So what did I say? I can't remember what my minimum is. Oops. Yeah, current volume is 4, so it's a relative volume. So all the filter requirements are met and CASA made a new high, so that's why we see it. Okay, doesn't mean you take the trade. It's just, you know, these are ideas that are being generated. You know, so typically what I will do is I'd look to see, okay, how much room does it have on a daily, monthly, and weekly chart? You know, it's made a new high for the day, but where could it stall in the higher time frames? That's the way I trade. Okay, Jammer, just give me a moment and I'm going to go over the AI, okay? Just give me about 5 minutes. So one of the great things is, guys, you do not have to know a programming language or learn a programming language to use trade ideas. You notice if I right-click configure and then I click on search. Okay, guys, this is another BYFC, just to let you know, is one of those ones that kind of piggyback on the U1s, the carves, the COHNs, okay? This is a lot cheaper. So here are all the alerts that we have. I'm not going to go over them all, of course. Here are the filters that we have when we see these icons. So we feel that we have created enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, you can combine them to get the type of scan you're looking for. No programming language to learn. Okay? Now, of course, if you take one of my scans, then you again right click and you configure and you see what I'm looking for. If you didn't like that price range, you just change it. Now, let's say I wanted it between 10 and 100. Just make the change. I'm going to click on the summary, see how it's changed. So you can change this if you want. Once you get used to trade ideas, easy enough to do. You might even want to add a filter or take one out. Okay? Well, of course, you don't have to if you don't want to, but it's all there for you. So even if you're brand new to trade ideas, if you just wanted my scans, my layout, you don't even have to know how they were created. So JC, I had a question in our YouTube room. Yeah, if you click on the channel, click on the channel bar, and the little gear icon there, channel descriptions. Okay. Somebody asked, "Is there a description of the channels?" So yes, there is. So again, click on from the channel bar, from our toolbar, click on New, channel bar, and that little gear icon right up here, right beside channel bar. Just click on it, and it says channel descriptions. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to talk about the AI. What's going on here? Okay, JC, you might be on a, if you don't have that, then I don't know what version of Trade Ideas you're on. If you click on Help and About, what do you see? Now, I'm in a big development version, so you're not going to see this 5.5, but what version are you on? Because definitely if you're the latest version. Yeah, you might have to be, okay, I think you're way behind then if you're literally just 4.2. Because if you go to our website, let me just check to see what the latest version is. You should go to our website then and download the later version. Give me a moment here. I'm not seeing a data issue. I'm checking my real time in IB. checking my charts here. I don't see a data issue, Calvin. So download software. So this is the latest version. When you say 4.2, but this is the latest production version, 4.2.182, but the beta is fine, 4. What is it called? 4.2.234. But if you've got, this is the latest production version, and that definitely has that in it. The channel's descriptions. Really? So you click on new channel bar. Now you're on the app, right? I don't know what it looks like in the web-based version. And you don't see a gear right beside where it says channel bar. You don't see a little gear, and when you click on it, it says channel descriptions. And when you click on that, you're not getting this. If you're not, I have no idea. What? .175, so that's a little bit earlier. Maybe download a later version. I don't know if 175 has it. Well, the website, yeah, but when did you do that? When did you do that? A few days ago, because that's not the latest version. The latest version again is right. But that channel description has been around for a while. This is the latest version, 182. I don't know when 1.7 was. I mean, and this is the beta, which is, fine. Maybe download the latest version then, 182. But some are saying that you're not seeing that in the gear. Let me just see. I mean, I have no idea why that would be. All right. Well, first of all, I want to see if I do have a data issue. Okay. I'm looking for a real-time alert right now. I haven't got one. Well, JRJC just halted. Okay. At 1285. 1285. So that's all right. I don't know. I don't see a data issue, Calvin. I'm not saying there isn't one, but I don't see one. I'm just checking. I really want to make sure. I want to get another real-time alert. I just don't have one right now. Nothing is triggering. But all I'm looking at here is, 1756. That's what I have. I'm looking at in IB, and that's 1751. So I mean, with that little 7-second refresh. So it looks like it's certainly not I'm just not seeing a lag. Okay, so I'm gonna have to talk a little bit about the AI, and before I do that though, for you, Hayden, here is a video that shows you how you can connect. Actually, there are two videos here. The first one shows you how you connect your IB account to Trade Ideas. Okay. First, I just want to talk about the AI. All right. So this is what I would do. Now, somebody asked me about conservative, moderate, and aggressive. So this is what it is. Conservative is getting out exactly when the AI gets out of a trade. all the strategies that the AI has, they have, sometimes there's a time hold, sometimes there's a profit target hit, things like that. So conservative is getting out exactly when the AI got out of the trade. Moderate is getting out, is staying in the trade right to the end of the day unless a stop got hit. Unless it actually hit a stop. I'd have to look. And aggressive is these are just what if scenarios. Aggressive is, okay, what if I stayed in the trade right to the end of the day? What would have happened? Okay, so that's what it is. How you're going to use it is up to you. There's no right or wrong way. It is interesting to me that conservative is thumping these other two. Usually that's not the case. But if you exited exactly when the AI exited, then that's what you'd be up, 33%. Typically, yeah, it's up to you. Now, when you're talking about using the best of and all that, you're talking about auto trading. We do not recommend auto trading. I know you can do it. If you're bound and determined that you want to try auto trading, you can use our simulator first, turn all the strategies on, and see what happens. Okay? But we do not recommend auto trading. I wish they would take that away, but that's just that's my feeling. If you want to take the trades maybe at the time of the alert in an auto trade mode and then manage the exits on your own, I think that would be a better, maybe that's a way to do it. I never get hung up on auto trading. I don't care about having to get in it right at the penny. For me, it's all about looking at the chart, making sure, okay, taking a quick look. Will sometimes a stock runs on you? Okay. The odd time it's going to run on you, fine. But I always like to take a look, get an alert, take a look, check it out. How much room does it have? If I like it, I'll take the trade. That's how I use the AI. I'm not saying that's the right way, but that's how I use it. Yeah, risk on and risk off. Yeah, I mean that you are correct. Now the other thing is, I wouldn't get hung up on the differences between the AIs. I haven't had that question for a while, which I'm glad. This is what I would do to use the AI. I would click on New from the toolbar, and then where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Load that. I wouldn't care about if it's coming from Holly Neo, 2.0, or Grail. I wouldn't care about what strategy it's coming from. All I would care about is show me the alerts, okay? How you're going to trade them will be up to you. There's no right or wrong way. There's no video that says, this is how you should use the AI. Okay? All right, I'm going to try to get to the bottom of this. Because this has been around for a long time, this channel descriptions. Okay, JC, tell me the version you've got. I know you say 4.2, but it'll probably be something else. So click on Help and About and tell me what version you've got, the entire, not just 4.2. It'll probably be 4.2.182 or something like that. Because I have to talk to our developers why you're not seeing that. And others. I mean, personally, I shouldn't say it like this. I don't really care about the descriptions. They're there. Again, for me, I don't care why a trade is happening. Just give me the alert and I'll deal with it. But, we did put in this channel descriptions, and I'm surprised that this is not showing up. Well, Hayden, I just answered your question. Yes, it does. Okay? Yes, it does. There's your entry. There's your exit. Okay? Or your stop. Should say a stop. Now, how you trade it will be up to you. But they're exactly right. It's a real-time entry. You don't have to take it right at the time. And here's your stop. Well, you have to have our premium service. Okay? If you have our premium service, okay, then just click on, from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay? Once you do that, then this is the window that you'll see, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. No alerts will happen until at least 9:35 every day. You not necessarily will you get one at 9:35, but it doesn't work. Nothing happens in the pre-market. Nothing happens after hours. Just wait for the alerts to happen. What I would do is I would incorporate this window as part of your layout so that tomorrow morning when you load trade ideas before the market opens, it'll be blank. And then just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay? Nothing to see until at least 9:35. Again, no guarantee something's going to happen right at 9:35, but okay, guys, I need a little bit of help here. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this. Please tell me the version of trade ideas you've got. If you've got the latest version, available from our homepage, and if when you left click on that gear and you don't see channel descriptions, please let me know. If all you see is edit custom channels, but you don't see channels descriptions, excuse me, please let me know. I have to know the version you're on, though. All right, guys. So I have to go over this Brokerage Plus window. I'll try to do it briefly today. Okay. I want to get kind of back into the market to see what's happening. You have the gear, Thomas? All right. So some are saying they've got the gear. I've got 3 people saying they've got the gear. Not just the gear. They have the gear. They have the gear, but then they don't have that option that says channel descriptions. Okay, so I don't know. If you don't have it, I don't know why, if you've got the latest from our website. Okay, I'm getting too many people saying they do have it, which leads me to believe that maybe you just don't have the latest version. You think you do, but you don't. Help menu, I don't, even in the help menu, channel descriptions. Yeah, I didn't even know that. There you go. So try that. I didn't even realize it was there. So if you click on help, we've even got it here, channel descriptions. Okay. Thank you. I didn't even know we had that there. It must have been added at some point. All right, guys. I've got to talk a little bit about Brokerage Plus, and then I want to get back into the market, see what's happening. How about, Matt, how about if you click on help? Okay. Do you see channel descriptions when you click on help? Really? And you've got 4.2.182. And you're using the app, not the web-based version. Yeah, I'm talking to. Okay, then go to two. Okay, maybe this is something that's only in 234, guys. Okay, I because some are saying they've got it in the 234. So download the beta. That's all I can say. No explanation other than download the beta. Okay, beta's fine. Don't worry. I mean, I know we call it beta, but it's fine. So if you go to the my homepage, click on the link, my homepage link, and then go to the download software, and then scroll down, and here's the beta. Okay, download the beta. If you still don't see it after the beta, then I've got no explanation. I'm gonna have to send you to our true tech support. I can only do so much. So again, Jay, I'm just going to pop my homepage link in here also, okay? But what version do you have of Trade Ideas? It's crazy. Anyway, I got to keep going, guys. I mean, it's not the end of the world not having channel descriptions, so I've got to keep going here, okay? All right, I just popped the video. In fact, I better do it again because it's probably way up hidden now. All right, so I did pop there's a link to Brokerage Plus. So there are two videos there. The first video, the short video, excuse me, shows you how, if you have an interactive broker's account or E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your IB or E-Trade account. You don't have to use it. It's a feature. If you don't have IB or E-Trade, you can't use this, but it doesn't matter. We're a scanner first and foremost. You can use Trade Ideas. You know, it doesn't matter who your broker is. Excuse me. It just means that you can't trade from within Trade Ideas. That's all it means, okay? So I wouldn't worry. The second video is longer and it goes into a lot more detail, a lot more advanced features that if you do connect to your IB or E-Trade account, more advanced features that you can use using this Brokerage Plus window. Okay? But again, please listen. If you don't have IB or E-Trade, it doesn't matter. You can still use Trade Ideas. And I have to say that because people get a little confused when I go over all this. Now, the other big reason to use this Brokerage Plus or this Brokerage Plus window is as a simulator. So as a paper trader, if you're new to trading, please practice trading before. I'm not going to go over it today, guys. I'm not going to go over money management or anything like that. I've want to kind of get back looking at the market. But before you before you commit money to the market, practice trading. You just click on the simulator. And you'll notice when you click on a symbol, the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at. You practice trading here. It uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is, it's using our real-time data. Okay? Today I'm going to take a break from going over money management, etc. And just give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. You know, it's having kind of an interesting time. Here's a DTST. And it is starting to come back here. A little bit of a bottoming tail there on the 15-minute chart. This was, of course, a high flyer yesterday, but it sold off badly. I mean, remember, it got up to 13, sold down to 958. But it's trying to come back. It had a great day the day before, huge day yesterday before the big sell-off. You know, I mean, look. You know, this is one I really look. It's okay, guys. I mean, I'm here to answer questions. A little frustrating today because I really wanted to take a look at this MITQ. But it's okay. I mean, that's why I'm here to answer questions. It's a little frustrating trying to understand why this gear thing wasn't working. But anyway. Let's take a look at that MITQ because I have a feeling, you know, I don't trade IPOs the day of very often. However, yeah. Wow. Because look at this one, guys. So the minute you see this $3 offer price, 4.2 million in the float, you know you got to pay attention the day of because it's crazy that they're doing an IPO. Okay, what are they raising? $12 million or whatever. Okay, I don't even know who's behind it. And is it China? I don't know if it's no. It looks like it's a U.S. stock. I know Boosted. I don't know these guys at all. I think I've seen their name before. But when you see something like this, this is the type of nonsense that can happen the day of. So when I saw that. You know, it opened, remember now, guys, I mean, this is the IPO priced at $3 with only 4.2 million shares outstanding. So there it is, $24. Are you sure? I mean, it's halted, but are you sure it hasn't traded an IB? I mean, the ticker is loaded, so I don't see why it wouldn't have traded. Yeah, look, I'm not disputing, but I mean, it's right here. There's the halt at 24.19. So I mean, it's loading into. Are you sure you didn't get it as it was halted? I mean, once it comes out of the halt, we'll see. Yeah, well, maybe you thought you were trying to get it just before the halt, but maybe by the time you sent it, it had already halted. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can't. It's definitely. I mean, I can't. It's. I mean, it's definitely trading. Well, okay. You know what? I'll take a look. Once this comes out of the halt. I mean, if I see the bid and ask moving around. Meanwhile, COHN continues. Okay, so the beta version does have. Okay, so I have confirmation, guys, that the beta version has all the channel descriptions. So, so if you're not getting the channel descriptions, you must download the beta, I guess. Okay, from the website. Well, yeah, I mean, you cannot trade it before the IPO opens. Yeah, I mean, if you tried to trade it before it opened, but I thought you said it wasn't trading now. You couldn't place orders now. Keep an eye on the clean energy, CLNE. Keep an eye on it. It's still hanging around that 9 level. Now, before I say that, let's take a look at the monthly. So yesterday's high was 958. So I mean, it's got a shot. It's holding well at that 9 level. Okay, look at the nice base right over 9. So if you get volume popping it higher, that could give us a trade. Because again, the next high looking left is 958. Yeah, I mean if you wanted to trade MITQ right now, I mean you can certainly trade it. But it just got halted again. You see, it just got halted again because it's so volatile. It depends. It's either you'd have to check on your options and AI trade size. I don't know if they're going 100 shares a trade or basing it on the stop loss. Right here it says it's based on a stop loss, so it's risking $100 on the trade. You'd have to check to see what yours says. It could be shares per trade, or it could be dollar. I doubt if it's dollars. But that's up to you, of course. So again, just go to Tools, Options, and AI Trade Size and see what it says for you. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, guys, I wouldn't get so hung up on what these things say. You know, trade the AI as you know, as you want. You know, this is just based on, I don't know what the 244. Okay, so if it says 244, okay, but that's based on like what is your, when you go to, again, go to tools, options, and click on AI trade size. What does it say? Is it $100 risk per trade? Is it 100 shares per trade? You know, I mean, that's up to you. You've got to trade, in my opinion, the AI, okay? If you just want to run it automatically in auto mode, I think it's a mistake. I'm just going to I'll always say that, you know, to me, you know, you've got to have some, you know, experience as a trader to use the AI or anything really, you know, because I mean, you can't let, you know what, I'm going to take a trade. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. I'm just going to take a trade in the simulator. I'm going to take this trade right now. What's the spread like? 51. Okay, I'm going to take 500 shares. I know I didn't go over this before, but I'm going to go over it right now. I'm going to buy it right at the market. Ah, the web-based version. I don't know. Let's see. I don't use the web-based version at all. So first, I just want to put a stop in. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Come on, show up. Did I put the stop in? Okay, there it is. Okay. So there's my stop, 332. Okay. Which wouldn't be bad. Bottom of those 5-minute candles right there. And what I'm going to try to demonstrate something in a little bit here. The web-based version, let's see where you can find that. Why are you using the web-based version? Do you have a Mac or something? Yeah, okay. You're not willing to run an emulator? An emulation program? See, I'm not even sure where it's, I don't know if there is a, let's see, tools. Yeah, I'm not even sure it's here somewhere. I mean, it might be somewhere. I might have to send you to our tech support, somebody who uses our web-based version. Yeah, I don't see it here. See, it's a little bit different from the app. Yeah, I'm gonna have to send you to our web-based or to our tech support. Okay, if you go to the home page and just well, not really tech support, just ask the question. I just don't have an answer for you. I'm sorry. Okay, and just you'll see not quite a pop-up. It'll just say start a discussion, and just ask that question. I just don't know where it is. But if you can use, and if you're willing to use an emulator or say Amazon Web Services, something like that, you'll be able to take full advantage of the program. Okay, you won't have brokerage. You won't be able to practice trading, as an example, if that's what if you're new to trading. I can't emphasize more or enough to practice trading. No, there's no video for it, Mason. It's just it's just a series. I mean, all you have to do. Wow, look at GME, guys. I have to admit, I am stunned at this move here. GME is just having a great comeback. These memes are not dead yet. Yeah, there's no video on the option play magic. I mean, it's just looking for abnormal option. One of them is here. I spun it out and created just the one on its own. I mean, it's just looking for, 500,000 shares minimum, 2,000 contracts minimum, trading at least 3 times normal in terms of options. I mean, that's all it is, okay? It's just trying to zero in on stocks with abnormal option activity. That's all it is. There's no video. There's nothing to, how to use it. How you use it will be up to you, okay? But that's all it's trying to do. It's just trying to find stocks with abnormal option activity. So for instance, as NMTR, what is it doing? This has got, does it have room? Not really. I mean, look at everything right here. Okay, I would never use confirm G-Trade, okay? I don't use the RBI and GBI, but basically it's this. The confirmed, let's just say you're using it on a 15-minute, you understand the concept of the GBI and the RBI? Let's just say you were using it, and if you waited for the confirmed, that means the candle has to close. Okay, that green candle will have to close. So what if it's a really wide green candle, like a really super, it's going higher and higher and higher. When you got the alert, it could be so far past, where the top of that red candle was, as an example. Yeah, man, I'm looking at NMTR, but the confirmed means the candle has to close before you get the alert. To me, that could be way too late. Okay, that's all that is. Now, sometimes if the candle is not too wide, it doesn't matter. But I mean, if that candle is really zooming higher, by the time you get the alert, it could be way late. So that's why I never used the confirmed when I was using it. Okay, I'm trying to understand your question. Is there a way to the liquid stock on trade ideas? Are you talking about stocks that have high liquidity, that are trading a lot? Is that what you mean? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room? And that is for you. I'm probably going to Badian. I mean, that's all we really do here. And, you know, the things that I look at, they're highly liquid because the relative volume is high. There's lots of volume. There's activity. If that's what you're talking about, then, that, of course, yes, with trade ideas, of course you can do that. If that's what you mean. Okay, so yes, if that's what you mean, absolutely. I mean, that's what we do. I mean, you look at, for instance, my basic new highs and lows. The big filter here is the current volume. That means it's trading 4 times normal up to this point of the day, as an example. So this is pretty dramatic. That's why I don't get too many alerts. And it's up 4% from the open or down 4% from the open. So I mean, these are going to be active stocks. So the key filter, if you really want to find active stocks, is that current volume filter. Where you place that number, that's up to you. You can play around with it. But 1 means it's only trading normally. So again, to answer your question, absolutely, we can zero in on stocks with lots of liquidity and all. We're saying the one thing you don't ever want to do is get trapped into something that you can't get out of because it's not trading very much. So yes. You know what? I'm going to ask this question again because, I've heard. Just give me a moment here. The other thing you can keep an eye on is the float turnover too. I mean, you notice here, for instance, if I take a look at we have a float of 3 million for NEG as an example. It's traded 8 million, so it's turned the float over not quite 3 times, maybe 2.6 times. Okay, things like that. That means the stock is, of course, really trading actively. Left click, Moody, for you. Left click, and for anybody else. I guess it's not intuitive. Once you know how to do it, it's easy. But so left click on the chart, okay? It's telling trade ideas, okay, the chart you want to do this in. So left click on the chart, and then just start typing. When you start typing, hopefully the change symbol box shows up. And then you can hit enter or return or click change. Okay. Now, if you left click and if you start typing and the change symbol does not show up, then hit the space bar. For some reason, and I don't know why, but it's obviously some configuration. But some people have to hit the space bar for this change symbol box to show up. Okay. Excellent. Okay, so how did that NMTR do? You know, it's not a low float either. I mean, 239 million in the float is a huge number. So there are a bunch of reasons why I didn't like this. You know, even though, you know, get it from the option scanner, which I love. All this is, I'm not trading options. I'm just looking for stocks having abnormal option activity. That's all the scanner is doing. Don't usually get too many alerts during the day. Okay? But just because I get the alert, it doesn't mean I hop into the trade. First thing I do, take a look at the higher time frame. So look at, you know, first thing I see is look at, just a minute, just switched. So the first thing I see, great, I get an alert at 124. What do I see? I see all this, which there's a little, I don't know if it's a bug. I don't know why it flips back. Anyway, I see a lot of resistance right here, not that far away. So right off the bat, I look at that and go, not that wild about it. What I'd like to see is a lot more room that the stock could run to before it starts hitting these resistance areas. The same thing with the GAN. You know, I didn't love it because, yeah, we got the alert at what, 1741? But I looked left here. Okay, so the alert was right about here. Okay, I looked left and I thought, man, oh man, I mean, this 1780 isn't that far away. So, you know, again, I didn't like it. What I really want to see is a lot of room that it could run before it hits the next high on the daily chart. And if I don't see, you know, anything on the daily, then I go to the weekly and then I go to the monthly. So really didn't like either of them. So, you know, they're ideas, but just because you get something generated in a scan that you've got doesn't mean you just hop into the trade. At least in my opinion, you shouldn't. Now listen, this MNTR, it could keep ripping. I could be completely wrong that this is going to stall it, or even this stalls it. The other thing though, I mean, it's got a big float, 239 million in the float. I'm amazed it's up 28%. You know, that's a big float for a $1 stock. But listen, it may run. I mean, it has run in the past. None at IB for COHN. Meanwhile, I've missed all these great calls by Real on the GNOG. I know. Yeah, probably shorted it up here. See, guys, I mean, listen, I may be wrong on the NMTR. Now, this has had some history. You know, it did get up a few months ago, all the way up to 230, but I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Cantor is bullish. 939, some news if you want to call it that. Talkspace and 9 meters initiated as outperform and Cantor bullish. Okay, I don't know if that's an upgrade by Cantor. So, I mean, you know, it does have a little bit of news, but now, will this stall it? The discount code, I don't mind answering that question. Okay. So there's the discount code. There's the promo code you can use. So click on my home page, click on the Get Trade Ideas, and then use that promo code right there. Well, guys, I mean this NMTR. I mean there's got life. It definitely has life. I mean, can it take this out? If it takes that out, it still has this 150. Look, I mean if it takes out, if it takes out 150, then it's got a real shot. The volume. See, I don't use it. No, I don't think there is a way. You would have to. You're talking about. Yeah, there's no way to do it all at once, no. But going forward, if you don't want it, now, I mean, here could be, how many charts do you have? 5. Okay, that's not, so you can pick one of your charts and get rid of it. Okay? And then you can close down the other 4 charts and then just duplicate. I mean, I don't know if that's easier. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's no universal, okay, go into every chart and do that. No. But you only have 5 charts, so, but what I would do always is save, for the charts, put all the indicators that you want to see on all your charts, your volume, probably you want to see on all your charts, and then just save it as default. So if you use this new chart, then of course all those indicators will be on those on your chart, or you just duplicate the chart. It's probably easier to duplicate. Once you set up your chart the way you want with, you want to have similar indicators on every single chart, then you just duplicate it and you just change the time frame one by one. Well, guys, it is actually turning into maybe my favorite day. Look at this. My favorite day being a bit of a recovery, a bit of a bounce. So we've got 15 minutes. We've got almost 30 minutes now we have 2 green candles in a row. We haven't had that all day on the 15-minute chart. No, you have to do it manually. Yeah. There's no automatic upgrade. We thought about it, but you know what? A lot of people don't like that at all. So I don't think we'll ever have an auto upgrade. How do you do what? How do you upgrade? Okay. I think even in help, it might show you. Does it tell you? No, it doesn't tell you there. I should know this, but go to account. I know in options. Oh, I should know this. I just go to, oh, here we go. There's upgrade. Okay. So you click on upgrade. It should tell you if you're at the latest version. Okay. So again, so that was in where tools, options, and then upgrade. Post market. Well, we do have a Betty Ann. I'll get to your question in a second here, but we do have a post market channel. So you click on new channel bar, and remember it's a layout. It's called after hours. Okay, so we do have a channel for that. Remember, it's a layout. So before you click on it, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. But once the market's closed, you can always check. You can always click on the after hours channel. Okay, Vicus. Okay. Okay, so opening range, Batty, and we have a bunch of opening. I mean, the opening range is just sort of defined. I mean, you have an oops. So we have the opening range is just that. I mean, the one depends on the time frame you're looking at. Pre-market breakout. There's no. I don't know what you mean exactly by pre-market breakout. We have a pre-market channel that's showing you stocks that are above the close of yesterday, things like that. But the opening range is just that. Like, what is the range in the first, and you've got different time frames. The top and the bottom of these time frames. It's got really nothing to do with pre-market breakouts. There are some strategies that say, tell me when an opening range has been broken. So here's what you can do. So if the 15-minute opening range is broken down below the low or above it, you can get a real-time alert on it. To be honest, I've never found an effective way to use that, but some might. But pre-market breakout, I don't know what you mean by a pre-market breakout. Pre-market, we have a lot of, we have a pre-market channel that's showing you the stocks that are moving in the pre-market. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Nick, that's going to be a tough one. If you don't hear it, and now the only other thing I can suggest is, have you accidentally clicked on that toggle? Okay, the toggle between Brokerage Plus and Ideas Surfing. There's a sound toggle. Have you accidentally clicked on it so there's a slash through it, which is muting all your sounds in Trade Ideas? That's the only thing I can think of. Otherwise, I will not be able to help you. Okay, so you see in the toolbar between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing, there's a sound toggle. There's a little sound icon. So if you click on it, you see now I've clicked on it. Now there's a slash through it. That means you've turned off all your sounds. You might have to, I'm hoping that's the reason. If not, I have no idea how to help you. You're going to have to go to our true tech support. Okay, it's not muted. Okay. I don't know. I have no idea. You're going to have to go to our tech support then. Sorry. I mean, if you're hearing sounds from other programs, but not from Trade Ideas, and 100%, this is not, you haven't hit that toggle, so it's not muted. That's a tough one. So all I can do is send you to our homepage. The other thing to do is, if you don't mind, and maybe, you can try reloading Trade Ideas. But I mean, I know in your taskbar, you've got ways in which, I haven't looked at this for so long, but you've got ways in which, you've got sliders on the various sounds. This is in your computer though. Open volume mixer, something like this. Okay. Well, if it's not showing up, then I really don't know. I mean, that's my limit. You see, there I am. So yeah, maybe reset the connection, see if that helps. I don't know. Go to account, reset connection. That's my limit. I'm sorry, Nick. All right, guys. So let me see. Did MNTR stall? Yeah, almost exactly where I thought it might stall. Right? You see, there's that topping tail right there, right in this area. Carve is still alive. Yes, I'm just looking at it now. I had it thumbnailed. Carve is still alive. You know, this one, I have this one thumbnail. This was a wild one from, was it 2 days ago or yesterday? OSAT? 2 days ago. So take a look at this. It got up to 10 something. Uh, Sold way off though. Sold off again yesterday. A little bit of resilience right now. Very low float. 1 million in the float. All right, guys, it's 11:43, so okay, guys, I'm just checking to make sure it is Jamie in the room at YouTube. When I take my break at noon. Guys, I mean, look at what's happening in the market. You're going to see a lot of stocks that look like this now with the market doing this. I mean, look at the recovery. So we've had 30 minutes. Now we've had another 15. We've had 45 minutes of a recovery. We're going to see a lot of stocks that look like this. You know, remember I was saying earlier, bounce plays will work quite well if we get some kind of a rally in the market. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching some of my thumbnail charts, see if anything interesting is happening. Remember this one from yesterday? This was another crazy one from yesterday. BON. It did this, got all the way up here, 17, before it pulled all the way back here. You know, I mean, it's above the body of this candle. I mean, anything can happen here. We have no float information on it whatsoever. 440,000, not, you know, huge volume, but you might, you know, for those looking for more of the wild things, keep an eye on BON. You never know. Because out of nowhere, it did this yesterday. Okay, guys, this just got halted. Rand got halted Not very much volume yet, but it'll pick up. I mean, it got halted. Look at the day it's had. But it's not very much volume, but it will pick up after this halt, I assume. And that is RAND for Rand. You guys have been talking about UTME for a while. Yeah, another low float. This has obviously been a disastrous IPO. Oh, I remember this one. Yeah, this, I don't know if it's an IPO or symbol name change. Got up that craziness up to 108. Zila again, guys. XELA just making new highs. Actually, a nice break here in the 15-minute chart. Consolidation and little break on volume. We'll always like to see that. Look how much is traded. 159 million. The float's 11. Probably traded the float. That's about 14 times or so. I'm hammering at them. We need a filter for this instead of having, making you guys create a custom formula for float rotation. Yeah, I didn't see any other news on ARPO other than that Wainwright $22 price target. That's all I saw. But, it's obviously juiced the stock enough to get it up 63%. I do, PJ. I actually do. Actually, it's not a video, but it's a script. Not a script. It's just a text, but let me pop it in here. I'm going to put it in the tech support. Okay, I'm going to pop it into the tech support area. Okay. So for instance, if you wanted float rotation, it's really simple. That would be the formula to use. Now that'll just be a simple ratio. So if you wanted to use, and then, well, if you know enough about basically what you're doing is you're creating a filter and with a min and a max box. So if you just wanted to see stocks that have traded the float, say 2 or 3 times today, that, you could easily do something like that. I wonder if I might even have, I wonder if I even created something like that. I don't think I did. I don't think I created a... Yeah. So you could, you could create your own alert window or a top list window and just zeroing in on stocks that have traded the float, minimum 2, 3, 4, 5 times, whatever that number is. But that's you must be using a custom formula in there, or you should do a cloud link, okay? Instead of yeah, see you've got U16. See that is not your custom formulas are not are copyable, okay? I'm looking. You've got a bunch of custom formulas in there. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, when somebody, that's why I can't create something with a custom formula in it and then I try to share it. The custom formulas are unique to your account. Yeah, and this one I'm jealous because yeah, I wish we did have some shorts available for COH and though off, risky, and with that float. No, custom formulas doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You cannot share anything with a custom formula in it. I mean, you can share, the custom formula just will not come through. And even worse, well, no, it just won't come through. So anything with a custom formula, we just can't share because they're unique to your account. All right, guys. Well, there's the ARPO again on the move here and on some volume. Look at the volume break here. I mean, look, the next high looking left is 425. So if you believe in Wainwright, well, it is actually there. I do have something low floaters on the move. I don't use it anymore because I mean, this really most of the things I see here are low floats anyway. But right here, low floaters on the move. But a lot of the stocks that you see here are going to have a low float just because, the only way stocks and, put on these big percentage moves is if they have a low float. Yeah, look at GME. I mean, this is amazing. I thought that this, I mean, AMC, yeah, it's squeezing hard too. I don't know, squeezing, but the boys have attacked this again with vengeance. And I think this is another one of the meme stocks, guys, EXPR. Real is talking about this one. Look at this. What a great move in the SPY. Can't tell you how, you're going to get a lot of great bounce plays that, well, probably started 45 minutes ago and are just continuing. Oh, I don't have a price target for Zila. I mean, all you have to do is look at the, where's the next high looking left? Now, okay, that's on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, I mean, 397, it could stall there. I don't know if you want to call that a target, but you have to be aware that the next high looking left is 397 on the weekly chart. Now, you're talking about here, I took this as a, Now, I want to show you something. This is what I was really trying to demonstrate, though. Notice here my max P&L. This is in the simulator, okay? My max P&L is $112. That means if I could have sold it right here, right at the very top, 378, that's what it would have been. Right now, I am up $92, okay, based on this current price. So, what you would never want to happen, you're new to trading and all, is that this is why I like to see. I'm going to get out of this trade right now because I want to show you. I'm going to flatten it. Okay, and it's going to take. It should take me out of the trade. So it took me out of the trade at 371. So we'll be up almost $100. Okay, $94. Okay, my max I could have been was $112. So what I like to do is I like to look at the distance from the exit price and my max P&L in comparison to this closed P&L, which you would not want to have happen, on the downside. If you had a max of 112, excuse me, and you allowed it to sink so that, you close it out for maybe a $10 gain, obviously that would not have been a good exit. And even worse, if it went negative on you, okay? So this is maybe a good way of keeping track of how good are your exits. Now, the next thing, though, is looking at the distance from the exit price. When you get out of a trade, what you really want to see here is a big negative number because that means that the stock is quite a bit below where you got out, which is, of course, what you want. Okay? So these are good columns to have, and you can just add them. If you don't have them, it's just right-click on any one of the columns, go to columns, and this is all in alphabetical order. So that, you can just go, there's the distance is up here. Distance from the exit price is right there. So it's a good gauge to see how good are your exits. You're streaming now. Okay. Thank you, Jamie. Good. I'm sort of talked out for a bit, so I do need this little break. All right, Jamie, I'll stop right now. So have fun for that hour. For a bit, so I do need this little break. All right, Jamie, I'll stop right now. So have fun for that hour. For a bit, so I do need this little break. All right, Jamie, I'll stop.
Okay, thank you very much, Barry. Yes, take your well-needed break, sir. Hopefully, everybody has eyes on my desktop. Let me just rearrange a few things here. And hello, everyone. I'm Jamie. And I am here for the live support session hour that we carve out, 12 to 1 p.m. Eastern every day. If someone could be so kind as to just let me know in the chat panel if you can see and hear me okay. I do believe everything is good to go, but if someone could just let me know. Aha, Mike. Thank you very much, sir. Hey, Kevcom, how you doing? All right, so we're good to go. Okay, well, not used to seeing this red color on my index, Obviously, we had the nice little gap down today, keeping things interesting. Very good, Mike. Thank you, sir. And what an interesting day it's been for the AI, being a little bit active today with a total of, what do we got here, 12 signals. Tell you what, let me get my pen active here. Where are you, pen? There we go. All right, so just keep in mind, everybody, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session, so anything TI related, if you have any questions about anything that I can address here, by all means, just pop your questions out there. I'll do my best. I've got my Brokerage Plus active today. I've been trying to ferret out the rest of the bugs in the AI live execution portion of Brokerage Plus. Pretty interesting trade right here. I'm also using reentries. If we pop over here to Holly AI, you can see I've got my reentries checked. And we just had an interesting reentry in ARPO. And if you're curious as to what a reentry is, well, we can see here, I'm just going to go ahead and sort by symbol name here. The first signal in ARPO resulted in a stop out If I just kind of expand this a little bit, come on charts, we can see right here, boom, a buy, quickly followed up by tagging the stop area. Now, the way that the AI works on reentries is once we get halfway through the distance between the stop and the original entry signal, then that's when the reentry is going to occur. So, not a bad reentry on ARPO. This thing's doing some crazy volume today, as we can see here, 38 on the relative scale, and looking to see if the volume is still there on the smaller time frames. 1 minute mainly up there just for giggles. 5 minute is what I pay the most attention to, but quite a big multiple there when you divide by 100 to get the X factor on the 5-minute volume there. So definitely in play. No big surprise. It is a pharmaceutical stock. Shocker. Seems like anytime you pull up a big mover these days, that's what we're seeing, is it's some kind of biotech. Of course, we all know the reason for that. And a lot of double, well, I can't say a lot, but a couple of different double entries today. Double entries in UONE. We also had a double entry in GAN as well. Interesting thing about UONE is that first buy signal coming out 8:36:21 my time, not a bad entry. And then, lo and behold, stock rips up a point and a half. Then we get the old halt. And this is the rest of the price action for the day. Interesting. 10 periods kind of having a little battle here. If it can reclaim, perhaps. Always a good chance we could go revisit these highs today. ARPO. What's the float on that guy? We got about 40 million shares, so kind of on the threshold of a low floater, you know, typically, or maybe 2 times the maximum threshold, I should say, of 20 million, but still not the hugest float out there. And of course, a very tiny market cap, 135 million. IWM, speaking of small caps, taking a pretty good little peel back here from the top. Down 0.3 today, but down the least of all the tracking ETFs. Market not doing normal volume on the smaller time frames, but a little bit more than we've seen typically at this point in the day. And this equity curve right here kind of tells the tale of the day. Up nicely, pull back all the way back to flat, almost all the way back to highs currently. And just to let you guys know what I'm doing here, these are live AI trades that are going through E-Trade, so we get that commission-free environment. So just letting everything rip as it should. Not taking any excessive risks this week. Just letting everything rip with a $30 risk. And this, you know, kind of brings up a good topic here. Commission-free environment. Well, everybody knows what that means. You're not charged commissions anymore. So it really does open the door for experimentation that you can accept minimal risks on. Okay, before commission-free trading came along, say we queued up a strategy that we made, and it looks really good on the back test. But there's a lot of trades going through there. So even if you let the thing run with minimal share size, say 1 or 2 shares just to see what happens, or you know, some very small dollar amount that you might have assessed as acceptable, you know, hey, let's throw a couple $100 into everything, but we're going to be in a lot of trades on the day. Try to give the statistical viability time to work itself out. So this allows, in a commission-free environment, for those of you who, you know, might be thinking about doing the E-Trade thing, it opens the door for kind of a hybrid between demo trading, live trading. It's live trading, but hey, if you're throwing out 40 orders and you get filled on 30 of them with 1 share apiece, well, you're not going to make a whole lot of money if things go your way. But if things don't work out, You're not going to really lose anything either, but you're getting experience in a live environment, which is, night and day between simulation, right? Because there are factors that we cannot see in a back test that impact our performance. Good example of that would be if we just kind of click over here on orders. You can see these are all my stop losses in place, 2 for each open position, a time stop. So if nothing gets me out before the close, I'll bail. It'll automatically bail me out of all my positions 5 minutes before the close. But if we take a look here at my live orders, or all orders that have been executed today, we can see where those trades were executed. But you might notice we got some purples in here. All right. So for example, TUYA was a short. TUYA also coming through one of my favorite downside momentum tickers. It's always good to see, obviously if you're in a trade with the AI, then you see it coming through here, hitting new lows. That would be a good sign. But it was a short sell. All right, let's take a look at the market cap. Kind of surprised by this one because we do have a significant market cap. But over here at E-Trade, the shares were not available to short. Okay. So this is another factor that we can't really, fold into a back test when it comes to trying to assess strategy performance. Not a whole lot we can do here. Stock was not borrowable. Couldn't put the trade on. And we've got a couple other ones here. And sometimes it helps you because you might miss out on a loser. Other times it's going to hurt us because sometimes we miss out on a decent winner. All right, Grant, what's your take profit strategy by percentages? Well, the way I'm working this, Grant, is if we pop over here to the Holly AI tab, when we're automating the AI, which is what all of these trades are, if we go into edit long or edit short trading instructions, notice here I've only got a couple of choices. AI trade mode, I'm currently in moderate mode. Okay. Moderate simply means the stop loss is going to go in for the trade initially and the timed hold, as we see back over here, right? And those are the only two factors. So in this mode, we're letting the trades work until they either get stopped out or till the end of the session, or in this case, 5 minutes before the close. So operating in moderate mode, not necessarily saying I'm going to take profits if I get up 1, 2, 3, or 4%. However, these are the the orders that are going to go in, but we as traders sometimes, based on the chart and what we're seeing on the chart action, we might realize that we're coming up to an area of resistance if we're in a long trade, and we might consider peeling some of that off. But when I do that, I'm not necessarily thinking about percentage points. I'm thinking about R factor, risk. Okay, so over here, if we pop back into long trading instructions, if I'm only risking $30 a trade, okay, which is the way I've been running it today, if I see a trade, especially in this market that we have as of late, where volume typically has been a little bit low, and a lot of the times if you're up and you don't take the money, we're pulling back to flat. So for the activity in the automated sense, what I've been doing is, if a trade is getting a little toppy, and UONE is a perfect example, all right, you can see here the entry. We're getting a little frothy up here. I believe at this point, risking $30, the position was net positive by $60, $70. Okay, so if my risk is 30, and all of a sudden this position is up 2R, which would be 60 or a little bit over that, creeping into the 70s, or even if we got to 90, that would be 3R. Typically, unless something looks really juicy on the long-term chart, which, when UONE was up here, I'm thinking to myself, okay, we're topping out up here. Of course, this one got halted, and a lot of the times when we get a halt and the stock rips further, there's going to be some profit taking. But, my eyes kind of went to this level right here. I'm thinking to myself, well, that's a good little run. That's a good pop. Got lucky in a halt. It's up. Tried to get out close to 11. Didn't have time to do that. But you can see right here, I took some profits. Matter of fact, what I did when it was up there, I just clicked on it, hit the half button, bailed on half the position for 2R, let the rest of the position work. So I'll either get stopped out for, let's see where my stop is here, 866. And current stop on ARPO is 255. So I'm either going to get stopped out on the rest of that position, but even if I get stopped out, it's a net positive winning trade. So that's kind of the way that I'm working it right now, is based on risk per transaction or per trade. And, depending on market conditions and the way the stock is reacting, once we get up to 3R, I'm typically going to peel out a half of that one, either set the stop to break even or keep my original stop, which is kind of a tricky slope as well, slippery slope I should say. A lot of the times you'll set the break even on the second half and it'll keep you in all day. A lot of the times it'll come visit that area, stop you out, then go and turn and burn in the direction that you hoped it would. So a lot of the times keeping the original stop, taking a little bit more risk on the position has been paying off as of late. So Grant, hopefully that makes sense to you. If I need to rehash any of that, just let me know. Pardon me while I get a little drink of water here. All right, in ARPO, continuing its hill climb here as we're breaching the $3 area. Let's take a look at ARPO on the longer term. Tell you what, let's look at weekly. Okay, here we are looking at the ARPO weekly candles, and I kind of think, just eyeballing this weekly chart here, this little area right here, it's kind of anybody's ball game right here. So looking back at this area from 2018 kind of seems like a key level that could act as some supply up here. So what are we thinking about? 325, 326. Depending on what we do up here, might take the position off completely. Maybe I'll half it again. Good deal, Grant. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. But boy, this is all due to one re-entry. A lot of the times when we have a blotter, could be anywhere between 3, 6, 9, 10, 12 positions. We'll get a little ebb and flow, some that will have been up, go down, some that were down, go up. But really, the whole turn in the equity curve today is based around the re-entry in ARPO. GAN still has some good, I like the way that it bounced right off the 10 period here, because earlier, when it comes to deciding to take profits, I think I missed getting out a half a GAN by I wanted a little bit better price. Didn't want to take 20 cents worse of a price. So I'm like, yeah, I'm going to stick with this one. Okay, of course, could have stopped me out. It's no fun being up considerably and watching it come all the way back down to break even, which is what we did right here. But keying off of the 10 period, nice little wick action right here. Higher on the next candle there. So good chance that again might be revisiting highs here. And of course, we got the market on our side today as far as upside action. Again, not the biggest float, not the biggest market cap, but the volume sure is kicking pretty good. Almost 10 on the relative scale, still well above, almost 3x on the 5-minute volume. So not bad. Now if it does go, notice what we have going on here. Not a whole lot of room, maybe up to 1830s, 1840s before we test this area right here. And based on today's action, if we didn't look real strong and just immediately crash through that level there with some moxie, I'd be very tempted to peel out of it. Now, getting back to what I said about sometimes missed trades hurt, sometimes missed trades help. Mike, I see your question here. Let's see. I've been keeping an eye on the strength alerts, Mike, but I've just had so much on my plate as far as the testing goes. I've just been keeping an eye on them down here. You can see, of course, a lot of things bounced off the open. That's why we're seeing all these guys in the upper, could be 80, 90% of the trading range today. So I was thinking about this earlier. I'm like, when the market gaps down, we're always hoping that maybe we can play the bounce on some stocks that are gapping in sympathy with the market. So, the little light bulb went off. I'm like, okay, well, since we haven't had a whole lot of big gap down days of late, sure enough, here comes one today. It would be interesting to see the correlation between gap down days, and since these are strength plays, and of course I have not put this to the test yet, okay, but it would make sense to buy the stocks that are technically the strongest on the gap down days. So I'm glad you brought that up, because it is something that I'm going to, well, can't say I'm necessarily going to back test a whole lot, since there's only, 5 strength plays delivered every week. Be pretty easy to go back and see how they reacted on a gap down day versus just any other stock that is not ranked as high on the strength alerts. All right, ARPO, are we getting close here? All right, we're up here at 321, 322. Okay, let's say, you know what? This is getting pretty juicy up here. Tell you what, I'm going to go ahead and peel out of another half just by clicking here, hitting the half button, and we should see that share size adjust. Okay, probably what's happening here. Okay, it's telling me, since I've already got 2 open orders on ARPO, that's E-Trade telling me, hey, you can't put out another order. So what I'm going to do here is simply cancel, and you'll notice when I click on that one, let's see, we got, okay, there they go. Now I can click back over here, say okay. Want to go ahead and get out of, let's see, we're ticking up on the bid here, might as well wait. 327, 328. And we're 331 bid now. All right, good place to kind of punch out of that half right there. Boom, share size is now adjusted. And so I tell you what, we're going to let this, we got 10 more minutes in this 15-minute candle here. But getting back to my comment earlier, sometimes missed fills are going to help, sometimes they're going to hurt. Today is a case where missed fills and one reentry really make a big difference, and I will show you, because keep in mind, this is just, now we're looking at the AI strategy panel and all the trades for today. So I've got my, there we go. I've got my AI trade size set here to mimic, just so I can compare and make sure, hey, yes, in Holly land, which is technically simulated when we're looking at these windows, because the AI is just marking the price, live trade is not being executed, but I still want things to jive with what I'm seeing in real time. All right, so I've also got my AI risk here dialed down to 30, and as we looked at earlier, I am in moderate mode. Okay, now if we had taken all the trades today, and of course it's just summing these columns here, look at what we would be doing. Okay, if I would have gotten all the trades and just let everything run, I'd be down about $30 in moderate mode today. But that's not the case. I'm up 170 as opposed to being down because I missed some losers in the shorts, and I also made a re-entry on ARPO. Okay, and this mechanism is not going to show us the re-entry there. So just showing you guys how just with a few things different in a live trading environment, sometimes the mistrades help, sometimes they hurt. Getting a little help today. I'll take it. And of course, short trades aren't the only things we miss due to hard to borrow. A lot of the times, a stock is simply fast moving, and by the time the system puts the bid or the offer out there, it's past your price and it never backs and fills. But on that topic, what I've been doing, we all know how crazy the algos can be sometimes. So what I do, and of course I'm running all limit orders here just with a negative 11 delta. So it's very aggressive, but it's not quite as aggressive as a market buy or sell. And I'm leaving the orders out for 10 minutes because a lot of the times they will back and fill in that 10-minute period. If the order does not get filled in 10 minutes, then it just cancels. No harm, no foul. But when I first started testing the E-Trade environment, there were quite a few bugs, and I think we're pretty close to getting them all worked out. Everything seems to be working very smoothly. All the functionality here as well. So just keep in mind, as far as B plus functionality, whether it's manual trades, automated trading, whether it's your strategy or the AI, the cool thing about Brokerage Plus is, we could just say, okay, immediately I want to get out of all my longs. So I could just click right here. It's going to highlight all the longs for me. I could go, let's limit out. And I could throw all of these offers out simultaneously with whatever delta I wanted to install there. So if I wanted to try to make a little spread here, I could say, hey, let's throw out a positive 1 or 2 cent delta. Stock would have to, go up a little bit, but I'd be getting hit on the offer, not necessarily selling the bid. Doesn't really matter unless the spread is big. But I've been testing, a blotter full of 30 positions last week. Offered them all out. Boom, boom, boom. All the orders go out. Works nice and smooth. So getting pretty close to officially releasing, I would think. That along with our container functionality. But on your topic, Mike, let's just take a look since we brought up strength. Fate not looking too bad here. I mean, just kind of, it would obviously need to get above 95.16 to have a little bit more room here. But of course, let's look at the daily as well. $20, having a little battle with the 20, getting down to the 50 here. I was thinking about this before the session started. Steve has been talking a lot here lately about once you get a close below the 50 on the daily, that's when things really tend to turn sour. And of course, Andy has developed many versions of the pullback to the 50 in the past, but that still kind of resonates right now on some of these strength plays, looking at them on the daily here. So who knows how we're going to close today. But notice Fate getting pretty close to the 50 period there, which is the pink indicator there. And of course, everything changes, Mike, due to market conditions. If we were just kind of ripping every day, well, might focus more on the 10 or the 20. But it seems like a lot of these are just, that 50 period is calling out. APH, the furthest away. E and B, I mean, just right down to it today. Fate looking like, it could be tempted if it doesn't put in a strong close today. ALKS still way above all of it, so definitely one of the stronger ones. And HCA is still a pretty good way. So, looking at these two little wick candles as of late, HCA seems to be holding up pretty well. How did I resize that? There we go. Grant, yeah, I'm on Twitter. You can follow me at QuantBot. I haven't been real active as of late. I need to make an effort to be a little bit more active in the Twitter burst. Just other things have been taking up my time. But yes, you can follow me at QUANTBOT. All right, guys, let me just check on a few things here. Give me a second. All right. MNMD. Got a little bit of this in my long-term account. Mind Medicine. Kind of hovering about break even right now, but as you can see here, long term. And this was this one came from the pinks and listed on the larger exchange. And that's why we have a limited amount of daily activity here, which I always like to kind of apply the anchored VWAP when I see things like this. If we anchor to that first day of trading, notice where we got a little choppy here, right around that anchored VWAP, kind of acting as a little bit of support, then resistance, and now well below it. I'll have to give that one some thought, no pun intended. If we do come venture down here and test these lows, might feel compelled to average in a little bit depending on how it acts if it does get down there. Okay, so the question is there a way to prevent the double entry from the AI into your B plus when it's active on E-Trade, or does it automatically prevent you from adding into a new alert? Okay, so pull this back over. ARPO, trying to hold that $3 level. It'll be interesting to see what happens. But if I just click back over here to Holly AI, notice these buttons here. Okay, if I uncheck these boxes, then no re-entries will be made. Okay, so that's a simple. That's just the simple way the re-entries work. We can select them for long or short or both, but you have to have these boxes checked. If the boxes are not checked, then the re-entries will not occur. And we've got separate trading instructions. If I look at edit my long entries, moderate risk based on stop loss, risk $30, get me as many shares as you can with a negative 11 delta on the entry price for a limit. But if I go to edit re-enter long instructions, you're going to see I've got the same thing. Now, I don't know how that got to 33. Interesting. Wow, okay. Extra $3, no big deal. I guess I made a typo there. But you can see everything is pretty much the same. Minus 11 on the delta, risking, I don't know how 33. Let's look at my short trading instructions, 30. Short re-entry instructions. Ooh, I'm glad I'm looking at these. I don't know how that slid by. That wouldn't make a whole lot of sense, would it? Edit short re-entry instructions. Well, fortunately, there haven't been any short re-entries, but I would have been like, okay, what's wrong here? Just goes to show you, always double, triple, quadruple check your settings. So I tell you what, while we're on that topic, might as well just change this back to the proper value as well. And it's always a good idea once you set things up, you might want to come down here, give Brokerage Plus a quick right click, save as default. I tell you what, ladies and gents, just so I don't repeat that error, you park that back over there and just give my layout a save. So WCC, hopefully that's what you were getting at there. Let me know if I need to go into further detail. All right, I see your question is Siri as well. Trailing stops of a filter, smart stop not appear on the charts. Are you talking about one of your customs, Siri? Because obviously if we go into a user created strategy and we're using the trailing stop, that stop level, if you're using just the regular trailing stop here, those levels should appear on the chart. Okay, so you're just talking about the stock ones here. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me see here. I was just looking. Tell you what. Let me check our time here. Yeah, we got plenty of time. Okay, so let me make sure I'm understanding you, Siri. So when we set up the stops in the regular fashion, they show up on the charts. But the filtered ones, okay, when you're using a formula over here, correct? That's when they're not showing up? Right. Okay. And that just might be something that's in the pipeline currently. Have you documented that with an email to info@trade-ideas.com? If not, that'd be a good place to send it. That way we can make sure the developers are aware of that. Okay. If you've sent it in or you're going to send it in, then that way it'll be brought to their attention and hopefully we can get that fixed. All right. And slowly over time, the dark red is turning to pinkish here as the market continues to be pretty resilient. The buy the dip crowd is happy today. The nifty Indian index opened in green, but Nasdaq and Dow pushed them down. That was the reason for the future fall. Is it any news or just a correction? Well, who knows? I'm not really a big news guy. This gap down, what were we down at max? A little over 1.5%. What is the highest level of mathematics you have achieved in high school, college? The possible answers could be partially different equations, stochastic calculus, etc. Well, Mike, way back in the olden days, and by the olden days I mean the 90s, I graduated college in 92 with a finance degree. So, you know, all the basic algebras, statistics, let's see. I can't even remember, right? I know it took the two algebras, statistics. Uh, Man, I can't even remember right now. It's been a long time. I mean, algebra, statistics, you know, all the core curriculum that was in place back then. You know, back in that day, you had to go, if you wanted to do your computer information systems homework, you actually had to go to the computer lab because not very many people, you know, not many of us had PCs back then. We were still using old typewriters and stuff. But you had to go to the computer lab to use the Excel. So, I'm no Michael Noss, but my math computations have been very limited in the past 20 years of my life or so. All right, so we got a question on bond yields. I mean, what's the Treasury paying right now? Like a little over 1%. Um, trying to make sense of the constant quantitative easing and the low interest rates. Um, you know, we've never seen things go on the way we've seen things go on in the money printing world like we have in the past 2 years. I mean, a huge percentage of the U.S. fiat in circulation right now was all printed in the last 2 years. So there is no free lunch. If you keep diluting the currency, that does have real world impact. Of course, the Fed's going to tell you that inflation is under control. It's only at 2%, but I think anybody sitting out there, including myself, that goes and buys things, like groceries and other items you need for your household, if you haven't noticed the jump in certain products, well, you're not really paying attention. Um, Everything from, beef to cleaning supplies. There's also what we have called shrinkflation. Hey, you're getting the same package, it's the same price, it's just that whatever you're buying, if it used to be a 4 ounce package, there's 3.5 ounces in there, or three. It's almost laughable when you look at a roll of paper towels these days. You're like, that looks like a roll of paper towels where half of them have been used already. I mean, it's so skinny. So the inflation is real. The inflation is out there. Oil prices going higher, gas prices going higher. So, you know, couple that with the great increase in home prices that we're seeing. Um, just a lot of weird things are happening that we've never seen happen. Um, so to see that bond yield continuing to slide lower, okay, I'm going to give the government 100 grand, and at the end of the year, you're going to pay me $1,000. Whoopee, right? Where's the enticement there? So fact to not being exactly an economist, that's just my layman's take on you know the bond yields and the treasuries. All right, ARPO trying to hold that $3 level. Yep, carrot juice at all-time highs. Speaking of all-time highs, I found it funny the other day that ATH was at ATH, but it no longer is. Taking its little peel back here, topping out around the $70 level. Good sign is it bounced off that 10 period, but banana in the tailpipe. If you're like, hey, it's nice and strong, nice bounce off that 10 period, and then we gap down below it this morning. Yeah, WCC, commenting on how we had two different strategies, but on the same symbol, NEO. That does happen from time to time. We've had it a couple of different times today. The first signal, obviously the best on UONE. So we had a breakout and then the pushing the spring. A lot of the times we'll see a breakout followed by a pullback, and that's when we'll get those double alerts. But today it was the breakout and then pushing the spring, kind of like an ad. Much higher price though, We're already $1.20 higher when the push the spring got it. Then we had basically different here. Here was the pullback in GAN, but that was the second. Pushing the spring was the first one. And then GAN on the second one, triggered by the pullback long. I was kind of surprised that a lot of these shorts, with the market conditions that we had, no big surprise because all the action today is in the bounce. Yeah, and this one has ARPO. Yep, up 71% there. Let's just take a peek at something real quick here. Didn't have my halt window up. Just get rid of that and we'll take a look at ARPO's activity. Yeah, that is odd right there. Did I put in the right symbol? Because that is rather crazy. I was like, surely it got halted at some point. But most of this was in the gap. See, halts are typically when there's crazy swings just in the intraday session. But look, we closed at $1.71. We opened at 236. So most of this was in the gap. We didn't have any crazy imbalances here that gave them cause to shut it down. If we look at UO and E, different story, simply because, and this was beautiful, I mean, to catch it right here. Let's go ahead and shrink the time frame down to 5 minutes. All right, so a beautiful little buy right here, and then boom, look at that 10, 15-minute period there. We went from 865 up to 11. So this big percentage in a quick time frame, that's what gets all the circuit breakers rolling there, is when something happens like we see in UONE. Even though the ARPO is up significantly, ARPO up 75% almost, but no halt because no crazy intraday action, whereas UONE only up almost 20% on the day, but because of the crazy action in the short term, triggers those circuit breakers and the halt mechanism. And this one only halting one time today. Is COHN halted? Let's see. Let me just... It is currently halted. I just looked through a different mechanism where it's in a little bit faster here, but if we do this, you'll be able to see. Last halt coming, what do we got there? 5 minutes ago. No problem. Well, did it open? I think it just opened back up. Yep, we just resumed like a few seconds ago. All right, ladies and gents. Did I miss any questions? Will B plus enter you on E-Trade twice or add to the position? Well, WCC, are you talking about the AI trades on the re-entries? Because your second part, or add to the position, right? We don't have that option in the AI panel. If we go back into edit long instructions, notice there's nothing in here saying even if holdings exist in this symbol, go ahead and do it again. So when you're auto trading the AI signals, then it will ignore the second entry. So UONE right here, when that second one rolled around, it did not enter for me again because that functionality is not built into the AI. However, if I go to a user configured strategy and we just go edit trading strategy, then when we come over here to order details or entry time, actually, we do have that option. So let's say you've got multiple strategies running, say like breakout, pullback. Say stock XYZ comes across the breakout, makes an entry in XYZ, but then the stock pulls back, pullback scanner triggers it. As long as we had this box right here checked, send order even when holdings exist for symbol, then it would double you up, okay, or whatever increment you had assigned for that strategy where the symbol is going to be duplicated. On the same token, you can have the same strategy make a re-entry in the same symbol if you uncheck this and have that unchecked as well. But that's only in the user configured strategies, not in the AI panel. Maybe that will get added to the AI panel. Seems like a logical thing to build in there as well, because sometimes, sometimes that second entry is conducive. All right, good deal. All right, Nick, your question. When you have an E-Trade account, you can initiate a transaction directly through TI. That is correct. I don't even have my E-Trade client open right now. I'm not even logged onto it. But I am logged on to E-Trade through Brokerage Plus, as you can see up here. Connected to E-Trade, privacy enabled. So you're seeing an account number down here, but it's a fake account number. That's our privacy functionality. But this is a live account right here. So, for example, if I wanted to execute a trade, right? I could right click, I could execute from my chart, buy a certain dollar amount. If I pulled up to you and I wanted to, let's say I thought this was going to go down a little bit more, wanted to short it, all I'd have to do, symbol's already there, just plug in the share amount. Do I want to hit market or do I want to use a limit? Hit sell, boom, position pop right up here. So all of these orders, if you did log into my E-Trade account right now, you would see that all of these orders are live within E-Trade, but we're just using Brokerage Plus to do all the trading. Well, because it's just, of course, I'm a little biased here, but this is nice and easy to use. E-Trade's web platform and E-Trade's downloadable client, it's pretty much your average run-of-the-mill execution platforms, but don't have near the functionality that Brokerage Plus has. A lot of different ways to view the data here. You can automate your strategies, you can automate the AI strategies, or you can trade manually. So yeah, that's what we do with Brokerage Plus. And E-Trade is the first zero commission environment that we've ported Brokerage Plus into. But Brokerage Plus is also available at Interactive Brokers as well. Only catch there is they're still charging commission for API generated orders. where in the E-Trade environment, no commissions whatsoever. Okay, so the question is, does the stop amount prevent you from taking profit while the stop is open? Yep, sure does. So currently, and this is an E-Trade rule, right? So currently, if we look at my open orders, what I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? 7 positions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what do I not have? I think I don't have anything in for the APRO. Let me just verify. Just because obviously I'm right here watching it. But notice the ones with the doubles. Okay, we've got for FHB, which is a short, we've got a buy stop loss in place, and we've also got a timed hold in there. Okay, so just as earlier with the pairing out of half of the APRO, which, hey, that doesn't look like too shabby of an exit now. Not a bad exit, you know. When I first tried to hit half, because those 2 orders were live, I got this message here. Okay, we did not find enough available shares. I already had shares out for 2 exits, basically doubling the share amount, and that seems to be the threshold with E-Trade. You have to cancel one, so I did have to cancel that, and then you can see I got that sell out at 329. But when I first tried to do it with the dual stop orders in place, it's like, hey, you can't put out another sell order till you cancel one of the 2 that you currently have. So Nick, I think that's what you were getting at there. Where'd my mouse go? There we go. Hindsight's 2020. And this is what you run into a lot. And this really doesn't matter if it's automated strategies, manual entries. You're like, yeah, well, what was the daily telling me? And the daily was telling me that more than likely this area back here was going to act as an area of supply. And sure enough, worked like a charm. All right, Nick, good deal. All right, it seems like a few other things are starting to cook a little bit here. ATHE. Okay, interesting. See, entry signal way back here. What is that? There we go. Way back here. Nice start. Back to flat. Almost down to our stop loss area. And this one bolstering up. GAN still looking like it might want to take a run towards the close. And we've still got, you know, nice little amount of time here. Slightly over 3 hours left in the session. Okay, timed exits. The question is, are they held by E-Trade or are they held at the TI server? Yeah. These are simply on a timer here at the TI side, okay? When you see these, 255, 255, 255, just when that timer runs down, let's see our time to exit, if my column is visible here. Do we have that column? Because what I was looking for here is time until exit, which we can see right here, right, for these guys in the Holly blotter. So no time till exit, but we can see the time. It's just not giving us a countdown there. And eventually, what we will do as well is the stop losses themselves. We're getting busy on the server side right now because obviously the stop orders are active at E-Trade. Okay, that affects your buying power and your ability to maneuver quickly, as we saw from, you have to cancel orders, so you can't have too many sell orders out on a long or vice versa on a short. But eventually, even the stop losses will be held server side once we get all the server side work done. All right. Hours passing pretty quickly. We got about 3 minutes here till the top of the hour. So if you've been sitting on a question, just let me know. The short's not really making anything, but they're not really losing anything either. Chewy. Pet supplies, TME, working. This one's a little bit interesting here. Clearly, not a bunch of buyers stepping in here. And we've got this level right here from that wick from about 30 minutes into the open. We still have pretty decent volume coursing through this stock. 3.43. Kind of sleepy on the lower time frame, but if the seller is really still present, then we could see the seller come back out later in the day. If we breach this level, we might have a teensy bit more room here. Gonna have to go to daily here, excuse me, weekly, and to see, okay, we're pretty close already. Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, that's just a big thick area of that could act as support there. So this one might be done for the day. Might have a little bit more juice, close at lows, or maybe get a few pennies through it. I'll give it a little bit more time there. The stops that show up when you right click on a position in B+, is there anywhere else you can see them? Okay. When you right click, so are you asking me about this menu right here, Aya? Because you can see the stop levels that I've set here, or that the system has set on our charts. And when we right click here, we can modify those stops. But if I go to my open orders, you can always see everything that's currently open. And the stop levels here, the stop prices. Yep. So you can see all that right there. Now, when we're in the orders menu, I can right click, but we don't get the ability to change the order. But if I do it from the positions plotter, then we can modify our stop orders, add a target, add a time stop if one's not in place. Right, so currently, I don't have a stop in on UONE. Just kind of watching it manually. Or no, actually ARPO, I don't have the stop in. But there is a stop active in UON. So we can see my stop level here. I mean, we're pretty close to the entry point, so our box is covered up there. But if I wanted to change that stop level, all I have to do here is go modify my stop order. I could pick one of these ready to go features, or I could just say, you know what, I'm going to manually modify the price here. Hit add, and it would change my stop level there. On that same token, I could just grab the stop level here and move the line, and it would adjust the stop for me as well. Right, so different ways we can input those values, or we can drag and drop the stop line on the chart. Okay, here we are. Let me just touch base with Barry here and see what his status is. Hour just kind of cruised by quickly. A nice calm day for the for the AI and the capacity that I'm running it at. Let's just take a peek over here one more time. So once again, being in every trade and not being in the reentry on the ARPO, moderate has crept into the green, but you can see quite a difference between 13 and 188 there. Okay, Barry just told me that he's going to start streaming now. So I'll be saying farewell. Hope everybody has a nice green day. Have a happy Friday. And we'll see you guys either next Monday or next Thursday. Alrighty, bye-bye for now.
Really works now. Just got to take this out right there and then maybe a big cascading down, maybe. Yeah, so we're talking in the trading room, we're talking about a short on LESL, guys. This is a a Nigerian pump, a pony pump. And well, LMFA just got halted. So you asked about it, and it just got halted. LMFA just got halted. Another one of those guys. What is the SIEB doing? Thank you, Mike. So it didn't continue. Just didn't continue at all. Interesting. Now listen, I mean, if Carve ever does get going again, take a look at U1. I mean, it's just resting beautifully right on 9. Right around here. So the trigger, in fact, what I'm going to do is just stick an alert maybe around 9:17 or so. Not that I get in at 9:17. What I do want to know, though, if it hits it on volume. If we see a big volume burst, that could get it running again. Give me a moment here. I want to do something. Okay, looking for, okay, this Leslie right at a critical area, I think on the 2-minute chart, I think. Right around here, can take this out. I mean, look where it came from, 25. I'm not saying it's going to get down there, but and look how that 8 EMA is starting to turn down and maybe catch up to that 20 SMA. That would give us a cross, which would even be better. No, 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 no. Short, 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 short. I already took a small loss on it the first time. I'm back in it. Not as a long. No, not at all. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna. You won. I mean, you've got to. All right, now we're getting there. You see, guys. I mean, look what I did. I mean, I took a little loss on it. What, a 6 cent loss, just in case it was going to run away on me. On the upside. So I protected myself, but I was able to get back into the short. It set up again, and for me, I was just a little bit early, but I had to protect myself just in case. I mean, look what it was doing. What if it kept running? Tacked on another 30, 40 cents from there. I would not have liked that. Give me a moment, please. Okay, so LMFA just resumed. All right, we're finally getting a bit of a flattening out of the SPY, guys. Take a look at the SPY in the 15 minutes, and we've had two candles that haven't really moved. Just a little glimpse of red on this last one, but getting a bit bigger. So let's just see if are we going to continue moving a little bit higher, inch by inch. All right, guys. Now, again, those of you with the I always like to nag at you a bit on this sort of stuff. Okay. What time was that re-entry? 11:26. Okay, so that's beautiful. So take a look, guys. Those of you with the I don't mind showing you now. Have the re-entry. Okay. Notice here that ARPO actually got stopped out. 266 was the entry. I mean, it was a very tight stop. It's like a 5 cent stop. Okay. I have to expand this just a little. So, I mean, I got in at 11:23, got out at 11:25. Look what happened at 11:26. You had a re-entry price of 263. How did that happen? Well, anytime a stop gets hit or it hits the stop price at any time during the day, and if it comes back halfway between the entry and the stop, in this case that would have been 263, you get a re-entry trigger. So look what happened after that. 263, what did it get to? Got up to 335. I mean, it's pulled back now, but from 263, it did get up to 333. So have the re-entry, okay? Have the re-entry. Sometimes, if that's all you wanted to do with the AI was just trade the re-entries, there is a good limit. There's a good argument to be made about just doing that. Never mind the first alerts. Now, you don't get necessarily a ton of re-entries, but you don't have to have a ton of. Yeah, so awesome. Our scanners start at 7 in the morning. Yeah, I know that some platforms you can trade at 4 in the morning. I get it, but our scanners start at 7 in the morning. Eastern time, of course. That's what I wanted to do. Do this little clear. Okay. Well, let's see if we get some option scans in the afternoon. Now that it's after 1 o'clock, let's see if we get anything from the option scanner. I'm surprised Zach covered that Leslie, but so we've got a force pump, we've got a pony pump. Zach can't hear me. Well, it certainly doesn't have a lot of room anyway, but there is a pop here, yes. Okay, guys, I mean, look what's happening here. I mean, if we get across here, that's even going to be better. Look at the Leslie, LESL, on the 2-minute chart. There's that ADMA trying to cross down through the 20 SMA right here. You know, if we didn't see it up here shorting, you might be looking here even. So keep an eye on that. We have a cross here for AMC. How far away? It's about $1 away, unfortunately. 48.75. That's too bad. Right there, cross right there. Be interesting to talk to the guy at Wainwright who has put this $22 price target on him and nail him. Say, okay, why? I mean, I'm sure there's got to be something out there. Maybe it's paid, or I have no idea. But you know, why putting a $22 price target on what was then a $2 stock? It's now a $3 stock, helped by that proclamation. But you know, why? What is your reasoning? And this LMFA just got halted again. And on the way up, been choppy though. Look at that 2 minutes. It's pretty choppy. Yeah, he he holds shares in it. Yeah. But you know, to nail these guys down, I mean, you know, it's not like Wainwright is a complete unknown out there. Yeah, I haven't looked at DD today. Or I had it on a thumbnail, but I got rid of it. Had to replace it with something. I mean, look. I mean, it's bouncing nicely off this. I mean, 15-minute chart. Pretty good consolidation. Little pop. Little bit of volume. You'd like to see maybe more volume to maybe help sustain it, but I don't know. I mean, it's a lot of overhang, news overhang, bad PR, bad stuff. Well, stuff bad. This regulation this regulation information out of China on this one specifically, and maybe others are being affected, but this one specifically, obviously not good. But no question, it's having a bit of a bounce. Is that what they said? It's transformative merger? Okay. Okay, guys, now Carve is having a move. Carve is having a move. Keep your eyes on U1. There's a, sorry, come on. There's a move for Carve, okay. And 15, and there's your move for U1. Remember, I mean, this got up to 11 something, 11.19. If you're going to take this one, I mean, this probably, resistance around that 9:45 to 50 mark. Look at the 15-minute chart right there. All right, guys, I have covered some of that, Leslie, just in case. I mean, I was hoping more of a push down from that cross, but I have covered some of the Leslie. Basically made back my initial loss on it and more. Just keep an eye on the U1. I mean, the Carve just had, look at Carve, look at U1. They both have green candles, of course, right now. I think I asked this question earlier. Who has shorts for GBS? I shouldn't, no, rephrase it. Those of you with E-Trade, do you have shorts for GBS? That's what I want to know. Only answer if you have E-Trade, and if you can check to see if you have shorts for GBS. Nobody has E-Trade? Somebody must have E-Trade in the room. Just do a check to see if you have shorts for GBS. No shorts. Thank you very much. Well, you can put a dummy order in. I'm sure that you can put a dummy order. Anyway, the question has been answered. No, there are no shorts. Emily just checked. Thank you, Emily. Okay. The reason I ask is because, Holly shorted GBS, but if you were trying to, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you couldn't have done it. Have any? I don't know what broker will have GBS as a short. I'm not saying there are none out there, but I don't know how they checked. Maybe you just put a dummy order in. I don't know. Try to short one share at $100 and see if it comes up. That's how I used to have to do it with Questrade when I could not find any information. There's U1, guys. Now look at some volume. Look at the volume coming in. Problem is that 945 area. 945, 950, right here. Cracks that on volume, look out. But you just have to, this is what I'm looking at, okay? This is what I'm talking about. Here's my, there's carve. I just have it here. I have this one here. So I'm just watching, looking at the candles. And today is today is Thursday, isn't it? So another marketing meeting. So I'll ask the age-old question, when the heck are the docs going to be available? I'll ask again. Let's just take a look at the sectors, guys. Let's take a look to see what these sectors are doing. Remember in the morning, everything was down. Of course, the market, there wasn't one sector. So let's see what sectors have rallied. Yeah, so really, they're all, none of them are positive being over 50%. So, and every sector is down. You can see that right there. These are the major sectors. Everything is down. Now, what's the best sector? Well, energy. Best in that at least 30% of the stocks are up for the day. 70% are down. Contrast that with most of the rest of them. Look at financials. Financials just getting kicked. There's only one up today, MKTX. Yeah, it's a little out of my price range, but technology. There's a few up, but not many. IBM is up. PayX is up. Healthcare, everything. There's just nothing. But there's Biogen. Biogen's the only one in the XLV sector up for the day. All right, guys, so take a look. Look at Zila, okay? I was talking about how you can kind of judge, how good your exits are. So look at Zila. I got out at 371, okay? Up $94. The max I could have made was $112. More importantly, though, look at this. From where I got out, it is 23 cents under. That's great. That's what you want to see, right? There's my entry, 352, so it's actually under my entry. Probably not. No. You know what? It'll be an exercise for you guys to figure out how to use the docks. Really, the only way to start using the docks is by there'll be a video on how to do it and all, but I think it best that you'll still have my layout, and then you can when you can figure out how to use the docks to do things like this. Now the only reason I have this segmented like this is because right now we cannot dock Brokerage Plus. So this is what I'm talking about. I'll load something from the cloud. Okay. Bullish moves under $20. Okay. So here is a window. I can now dock it if I want. And notice when I right click, I can either create a brand new dock window, or I can put it in any one of these. I have these are all my current docked windows. So I could add it into any one of these, or I could duplicate it, put it into a brand new one. And that's how you do it. And then the trick is, once you've got these windows, then to arrange them. It's a little bit tricky to arrange them the way you want them. But you see what happens? And then I could give it a name, change the title, give it a name. Yeah, it's not quite self-explanatory, the docking, okay? But the video, hopefully the video is good enough that it makes sense. I'm not doing the video. All right, guys. Well, keep an eye on the U1. If it takes out that 950 area, then it could just really start to run. Whoa, we have one, and this is rail. We have rail now, guys. Now, what room does it have? This just showed up in the option scanner. Rail just showed up. It may get stuck right around 648, but okay, guys. Here's another one of those ones that is kind of piggybacking BYFC on Carve. It's U1 though. I think you really got to. I want to take a look at U1 because that is the one I think that was kind of the leader of the pack. Oh yeah, this got up to $53. The Carve did well, this month. There's a couple of days, I think. Let me bring up Carve. So here's that month. So, it did very well, but but look at this. What a day. I'm not sleeping on it, but I didn't get my alert. And Zach in the main room was pointing it out also. Again, one of these ones that, I just didn't love it because of that. Got the alert at what price? 628. I just didn't figure it had enough room. And that's 22 cents away from that high right there. I mean, it just didn't have the room I wanted. If that isn't there, that high, if it was right, if that big topping tail wasn't there, that would have been awesome because you have maybe a shot up to this area of 7 from 628. Okay, now be careful on those. Look at carve. It's putting in a couple of topping tails. It's going to be easier for me to do it just like this. Couple of topping tails on the 15-minute chart. And I mean, look what U1 is doing. Almost, they're almost identical. Oh, you were a brave man, William. What is Cohen doing? Wow. Here's another great example of why you should be using the AI like a watch list rather than just trying to run it automatically. Look at it. Look at ATHE. Look what it got in, 1037. The price was 172. Look where it exited at 172 at 1055. Why? Didn't like the way it was trading. Now, if you then had just said, okay, I guess I'll just forget about it, look what happened afterwards. Okay, I mean, it's a nice 16% move right now as we speak. So, use it like a watch list. Don't get so hung up and try to automate, like auto trade this. If you have the AI, I mean, this gives you, a nice finite number of stocks to look at every day. This is actually a fairly active day, I think. Don't usually get as many today as we have today, but possible fade candidate is right. I mean, especially getting close to that, getting closer to 5. 484 looks like the next high looking left. 475 is the next high, really, right here. 484. And then all sorts of stuff around 5. Excuse me. Now, what I see here, I mean, here's some good support right around 440, which is far enough away from 470 on a percentage basis. Oh, all I'm looking for, G-Trade, I'm just looking for, it's just another way of looking for stocks that are having abnormal activity, okay? There's a way, relative volume, of 6, that means it's it's trading abnormally. It's just another way of looking at stocks that are having, now in this case, abnormal option activity, which means, I'm not playing the option, but I'm going to play if it sets up well. I've already demonstrated the three we got today. Didn't like them just because I thought there was some resistance too close. Okay? But it's just showing me stocks that are having abnormal option activity. I will trade then, if it sets up well, I will trade the stock, not the option. It's just another way of looking at abnormal activity. Rather than just straight, volume. Now, for instance, CLXT. It'll never show up because it's only, it's doing great, don't get me wrong, it's up 16%, high relative volume. But it doesn't trade options very much, 420 total contracts today. So my minimum here, this is why I don't see very many, I want to see really abnormal option activity. So my minimum, it has to be 2,000 contracts. And then even if it's 2,000 contracts, that has to be 3 times normal. All right, so, and 500,000 shares and the current volume. So that's why I'm not getting very many alerts, which is I don't want a lot of alerts. I want, usually when I first started doing this, probably get maybe 5 or 6 a day, and that would be it. There are days in which you might get 10 or 12, but typically, because of the filters I've got here, I'm not going to get too many, which is what I want. Now, it just happens that the 3 I got today, it's not that they didn't work. It's because they're ideas, right? And so, as I said with the NMTR earlier, I didn't love it because I saw all this. And that's kind of where it stalled. I didn't like it. So if I get an alert, I want to see a lot of room on the daily chart to start with, that it could keep running until it hits that next high. And I haven't even looked at my watch list. Yeah, probably nothing today. Certainly not on the upside. Well, I shouldn't say that. You won 1050. I'm sure it must have moved higher than that after the alert. Yeah. This is the bit of the bug I'm finding. There seems to be something to do with the cache, I think. Not a bug, but it's more of a cache issue. You start clicking rapidly and it seems to want to keep going back and forth. But anyway, so 1050, 949. So there was the alert right there. And up to 1109. So, not bad, 50 cents as an example. All right, guys, things have really settled down here. All right, let's take a look at ARVL that Real is talking about. So this was an IPO back here. Didn't do too badly, but since then, fallen in hard times. So let's take a look left on Arvel, ARVL. So obviously it's above that. That's the high of 15. 1534, so there's a high there. 1534, it's just a smidge over that. 1566, so we've got some little highs there. Now, a long time ago, Real, I asked you, now that's why I have this 2-minute chart up. I mean, at what point would you actually short this? Okay? Because I know we talked about this a long time ago, maybe the break of the 8 EMA and the 2-minute chart. Because that's, like when would you actually start shorting this? I mean, it looks like a little top is in place, but what are you waiting for right now to short this? Because I know there's that 8 EMA and the 2-minute chart. It's far, it's quite far away. It's about 1524. So not a break of the 8 EMA and the 2-minute chart necessarily. I mean, that's my biggest problem. I love to try to short these tops, but, picking that top to me has always been an issue. That's why I was kind of hoping you'd say, yeah, wait for a 2-minute, 8 EMA break on the 2-minute chart. Look at it climbing. All right, I don't know why I've got CCXI. I don't know why I have that here. Why does it do that? Now I think I know why. Okay, so what was yesterday's high, or last month's high was 1480. That's why I've got this here. Well, guys, I mean, look, if you're looking for, potential turnarounds, I mean, the CCXI has come off the $9 mark, just over 15. The high last month was 1480. And this is the high right now this month. It's only 8 days in, of course, but see, it's getting closer. Look at that. I mean, it's getting really closer. That 2-minute. Oh, we need to just zip up there. That might get me in it. Do I think? I have no idea. Do I think it'll come back up? I honestly have no idea. I don't really, make predictions like that. I mean, just take a look at it, but yeah, I mean, it's doing nothing really. I mean, it's down still for the day, so it's about, I have no idea if it'll come back. I mean, it's one of these stocks that a lot of people know about. It's 6 million in the float, so it's can be wildly active, but I can't make a prediction if I think it's going to come back or not. And I don't. I hope you didn't think I was being dismissive. I mean, nobody knows if it's going to come back. So it's going to need some news. I can't remember if they did financing or something, but all right, guys. Well, there it is. There's the 8 EMA and the 2-minute chart for ARVL right there. Meanwhile, this CLXC is getting closer and closer to 5 in this area. I mean, look, it blasts through here. Look out. Doesn't trade very much. 768,000 shares. That's 7 times normal. So it really doesn't trade that much, but it's having a big day today for it. All right, give me a moment, please, guys. Ooh, 10, 11, 150 already. So that marketing meeting starts in about 10 minutes. I'll pester them again about the docking. All right, guys, I'm back. RSLS. Let's take a look at RSLS. Oof. No, that would have been. Whoa! Look at this, though. It's not over. I mean, I was going to say. I mean, there was a topping tail there on the 5, and another one. But look, it just zipped up again. Look at the volume coming in. Let's see. Why would it not show up in some of my scans here? It's possible that my earnings filter is blocking it. But this is moving. Yes, because certainly the relative volume is fine. The overall volume is fine. It's up the right percent. So, oh, there it is. There it is. Ah, no, the reason why this did not show up earlier is because of the count filter that I have here. So this hadn't made, excuse me, it's another way of looking for a momentum. It hadn't made 45 new highs until it hit 453. Now, you guys want, well, if you want more alerts, you can reduce that count filter for sure, but look at Carve, guys. Look at Carve now on the way down, as is U1. I mean, they're basically mimicking each other. There's Carve, U1. Yeah, I bet you probably all falling. Yeah, I'm losing interest in this one. I was really thinking, you see, it just touched there. I was waiting for the cross. It didn't really happen, so. I mean, it might show up later, but you see, it didn't quite cross. It touched it, but it didn't cross down underneath it. That probably would have got me in it, but didn't happen for the ARVL. Wow, ugly looking. Wow, no kidding. Look at this. I mean, up 776 down to 6. It is going. Okay, guys, I'm just noticing something in Interactive Brokers that I hadn't noticed before. If you were watching anybody with Interactive Brokers, did you notice if you had LMFA up? Did you notice there was a little green, sort of a greeny blue dot, very, very small, beside the bid in your order entry? And I've seen this before, and that looks like it's trying to tell us that it's going to get halted. Because I saw it before in a couple others that got halted just before it got halted. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. So if you look at your bid and you see the price, just upper left of the price, so say it's $5.99 right now, I saw a little, it looked like a greeny blue dot, very, very small. And I just noticed it today. You've noticed that? Yeah, well, it looks like it's almost alerting us that it's going to get halted. I saw it earlier on 2 others, and they did get halted. Now, I don't know if it's just an incredible coincidence. All right, guys, so I got to head into this marketing meeting. Yeah, keep an eye on it. Something that's really moving. And especially if it's moving higher, to get in just before the halt. Maybe. The doc summary? What do you mean? I don't have a. There is no summary for it. There is no summary for it. It's not released yet. I was just showing you what you will be able to do. That's all. It's not released yet. There will be a video, but again, it's just not released yet. So guys, I got to head into this marketing meeting, so I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, record meeting. The reason why is it was canceled. I didn't know. So there we are. So I couldn't ask the question about docking, guys. So all right, now there is a bit of a break here underneath the 2 minute for ARVL. Now we're right at 1537, so that's not that far away. What do you think, Real? Not dynamic enough? See, there is a break on the 2 minute on the ADMA. There is one, but it just popped back up again. I don't know about this one. Probably more interested in the CLXT, struggling maybe to get through 5. Just as I said it, it just made a new high, 499. I mean, listen, what's right there is 521. Yeah, super choppy is right. I mean, that's a big drop, guys. I mean, in 2 minutes, 640, not in 2 minutes, but on this 2 minute chart, 640 down to 520. I mean, that's a big, big percentage move. Tough. And it got halted again, yes. Okay, so you're saying that that was just a coincidence. I haven't seen that green dot or in terms of, I've only seen it. I'll keep an eye. I see what you're saying though. It's just a matter of the price is going up or down or something like that. But oh, I see. Okay. Thank you, G Trade. Ah, okay. Cool. Boy, this has got room, guys. This is ATHE. It's got some room. Where are they out of? Australia. Okay, so this has got some room, this ATHE. Next high looking left is 270. See how well it holds this 2 level. Get some volume popping it through. It could have a chase up here to that 270 mark for the ATHE. The SPY is kind of flattened out. Okay, so you're going to go along this one. I'm assuming it is tied in with these guys, car, view one, etc., which are moving. This hasn't really moved that much yet. Hmm. I'm just watching this LMFA. All right, well, there is the NVFY. Just got, just resumed now. This is nothing to do with these other ones, though, right? Nothing. All right, I see is back up. All right, guys. So let's see if this ARVL does now start to drop. In fact, we're getting even a cross starting here. Okay. We're getting a cross. There's that 20 SMA rising up to that 8 EMA. Here, a tight stop on it. So see if it drops from here. All right, let's take a look at again my gauge here. How good are my exits? 30 cents under. So the Oh, I wanted to get back in this. Good for you. Somebody shorted that one, reshorted or shorted that one underneath 26. I know somebody did that. I saw a post on that. Good for you. I was not in this anymore. All right, now if you had shorts on this one, COHN on the way down. Oh, what? There are, unfortunately, it's halted right now. There's 2,000 shares available at IB. I just noticed now. 2,000 shares. But it is halted, of course, so. Well, I'm not impressed with ARVL, so I may just turf it. Just don't think it's dynamic enough. I'll give it a couple more pennies and then I'll get out. I'm in at 1533 on the short of this, so I mean it's just not really done too much. But let's just see. I'll get another little bit. Are you kidding? It's a little late, right? All right. And it was right here on the 2-minute chart at 25.90. Guys, the CLXT really looks like it's going to stall at 5. It's been trying. Again, I probably want to, well, there's that 2-minute 8 EMA. But it is not above the Bollinger Band on the 2-minute chart, so that might be something that, but it is on the 5-minute or 15. I don't even see it on the 5. Assuming I've got them. You know what? I may not have them here. Just give me a moment here. This is the problem. Well, guys, there it goes. There's CLXT. I mean, this could be the start, the big start. It is now crossed the the 8 EMA and the 2-minute chart. It is now crossed underneath it. Ah, okay, that's how you do it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm learning this docking myself, you know. I mean, this is... Okay, there it is. So this is how this kind of works. This is where it gets a little bit tricky. I'm going to shut this one down. I'm going to close that chart down. And then I drag this in. And I want this in, what is this called? Displayed lower, okay. Displayed lower layout. So there it is. Now, I drag it, drag it, drag it, drag it, and I put it above the SPY. There we go. And just give me one moment, please. So what you saw me do there is, for some reason, on my 5-minute chart, I didn't have the Bollinger Band. So I took this, I copied it, and duplicated into a free-floating window, which is basically just, you know, what you would normally do, okay? And then when you saw it up here, so I deleted the chart here. I deleted that chart, and then I brought that chart in, and then it's the trick of positioning it where you want it. Well, but that's what you do, G-Trade, okay? I just didn't have it. I mean, so load up one of your charts with all the indicators that you want for all your charts, and then just duplicate it. I know what you want. I know you want to say, okay, here's my chart. Duplicate this automatically, and all. Yeah, you just can't do that. I mean, it's not the worst thing what I just had to do. Yeah, and I only use trade ideas for charting. But then again, I'm not into, you know, we're getting more and more indicators. And that's what I was hoping this marketing meeting was going to be on today, because Dan keeps talking about you're not going to, you know, the new charts are going to look a lot different. Nothing earth-shattering if you're used to a charting program, but it's going to look a lot more like most of the charting programs out there. Oh yeah, I mean I know exactly what you mean. You know, any charting program that I've had, yes. You know, it says something like apply to all charts, something like that. Yes, I completely get it. All right, guys, ARVL is starting to work a little. Yahoo! Yeah, I don't think they're going to get away from that, Becca. It doesn't bother me at all. I know it might bother some. It doesn't bother me at all. Because what I'm doing right now, looking at Arvel, okay, I know I'm short this one, right? So I see on the chart 1520. But listen, if I'm really looking to get out, I'm looking at my order entry. I see exactly what the price is. You know, I mean, I see it right here. I know exactly what's going on because I'm having to look at my broker anyway. I have to look at my broker if I want to start covering or buying or doing something. So it's not like I have to stare at this chart right now. But I agree. Listen, I'd rather have, in a perfect world, love it to be, but it won't. It doesn't affect my trading at all. Well, and look what's happening with the market now, guys. So we had that beautiful run, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 2 hours. Except, little pause right there, almost 2 hours coming off the bottom. Bit of a rest for what looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe about an hour and a half. But now look at this candle. Look at this candle. Stupid IB. All the t-shirts I could have. Look left, stupid IB, obey your stops. Boy, look at these ones going now. The U1s. Well, actually, this is interesting. U1, look at what U1 is doing and what Carver is doing. There's a disconnect now. Somebody said they were going to do some t-shirts for me a long time ago, so I think that person is long gone though. It used to be in the room every day. Thou shalt not chase, yes, the 11th commandment. Well, like Carve. Let's see, is Carve. Yeah, so when I looked last, there were 2,000 shares available to short. Yeah, good one. That'd be a good one, Becca. Yeah, little meowing kitty. You're absolutely right. Okay, now that spread, I covered some of the Arville. I was hoping it was get lower, but now the spread is a little bit bad on us. The leaf blower. That's what you want. No, no, it's a leaf blower that makes all the noise. Yeah, this is interesting, guys. I mean, this is the first we've seen where there's, a real disconnect between U1 and Carve. So, yeah, interesting. Yeah, we can live vicariously through Zach's shorting it. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on. I have some of the Arville left. I just want to see if it is going to pop back up. If it does, I'm out of it completely. Made a little bit on it, not much. I was hoping to get closer to the 15s. So Centerpoint is not available in Canada? Yeah, Tasty Works is, I think we still have. We have a Tasty Works channel. I just don't think it's active at all. I think we have one. Yeah, I don't know enough about them. I know it's more options and stuff, but yeah, it is coming to Canada. No, they might have got rid of it already. No, I was thinking of the small exchange. Sorry. Well, there's that RSLS, guys, continuing here. This could be interesting going into the close. Some of these, geez, I would watch some of these ones that are really flying high. There's a 200-day moving average, a little bit above it. I would watch some of these ones that are flying high, see how well they close, and then, that's the only time I ever take anything after hours. Something that is really, really closed well, flew high most of the day, and then you watch that first, 5 minutes or so in the after hours, and you can start to see some good action. Of course, we won't know until the market closes, and I'll be gone by then in the room. All right, guys. So just one last look at my homepage before I wrap this room up. Yeah, actually, it's interesting because now I look at the distance from the exit price. You can start to see things moving here. Because remember, this was down 23 cents from where I exited. Now it's only down 8 cents. So you can kind of keep an eye on that and you can get an idea about something that is coming back. Just a minute, please. All right, guys. So I just popped my homepage link in there. So just a kind of just a recap of what you'll see. Clicking on my link and save the link. Lots of information. Obviously, here's a way you can take out a subscription. Barry for Alpha 15, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Do a stock of the day video at noon. These are all free. Here are all my scans that I'm sharing, my layout plus individual scans. And lots of education right here. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, really recommend the 20 lessons. We have the daily support sessions, daily webinars. There is one today. You can sign up for them all right here. They're Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Educational videos, how to start, starting Trade Ideas from scratch. More information about the AI. Back to basics, you're brand new to trading. Great little 36-part video series, starting off with what is a stock, okay? So if you're brand new to trading, great series. Trading ebooks that we created. So you notice how fast I went through them. The reason I do that, just kind of gloss over them. Save my link. You save my link. Sorry. You save my link, and then you can look at these two sections whenever you want. Yeah, you know what? I mean, you talk about the AM movers moving now. We used to see this all the time, especially in this window. I used to have this window starting fresh at, say, 12:30 or 1 o'clock. We used to see that a lot, where you get these ones that are like really moved in the morning, and then they rest for, it seems like, 2 or 3 hours, and then they have a pop again. Okay, give me a moment, guys. So the market is starting to drift now down. Drifting, drifting, drifting. Okay, now there's some shares available again for COHN at IB. I see there are 3,000 shares, 3,600. Again, look at this nonsense. I mean, this got up. I can't believe it got up to $50 and right back down, cutting almost half. Yeah, yeah. You know what? It doesn't really bother me that much. In fact, I used to always say back in the day when I had Questrade, and Questrade really did not have a lot of shorts available for many, many. I used to say, well, I watch what would happen afterwards, and I'd be saying, thank goodness I didn't have shorts because the stock went up or something like that. So it really didn't bother me that much. What the problem is that Zach, finds these ones that are just really moving down, and you'd love to have those shorts, but hey, if Zach, I think the idea really is to ban Zach from the room. Then we don't get this anxious, we don't get this anxiety. That's not the symbol though. Of course, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, he's got me on mute, so it doesn't matter. Is that the symbol? SOGC? SOGC. How come it's not loading? It's GOC. There we go. Yeah, thank you, Tahoe Dan. Yeah, it's GOC. Yes, Vishal. Oh, I can see our swing trading channel dried up today. No, nobody's talking about swing trading. Swing trading tab. Okay, so I'm not a big swing trader, okay, but I haven't shown this one for quite a while. If I am going to swing trade, this is what I look for. But recognizing I'm not a big swing trader. Give me a moment. Boy, I haven't shown this for a while. My 4 rules for swing trading. So I should add the monthly chart here. Okay, so if you check this chart out, so that my rules for swing trading, hopefully this is big enough you guys can see this. Actually, it's also available. I haven't looked at these. I used to look at this all the time. Where are the folders? Here they are. The room drive. My 4 rules from, so you can also take a look at it here. Whoops. I guess you download, of course. Haven't looked in that folder section for a long time. Okay, so this is what you'll see. So I always check, whoops, let me get rid of this. So I look for the gap, okay? I mean, that's the first thing. So when I click on an alert, I look for the gap. Because remember now, everything I'm seeing is already at a new high. Okay, so I'm not worrying about today's resistance. So again, this is a chart that I use this is a real chart. So I look for a gap, obviously a huge gap, right? I mean, here's the price, huge gap right here. Oops, don't do that. I don't know what's happening. Okay. Check to see where the 200-day moving average is. You know, if it's far enough away. I don't care if it's below it, as long as if it's above it, as long as it's far enough away. You know, obviously in this case it is. I also look to see when a company is going to release earnings. I will check several sources. I will not rely just on our data, because I'll never hold for earnings. In other words, you know, if these first two check, if I can check mark the first two, but if it's having earnings, you know, after hours today or tomorrow, I won't hold it. I won't even do it. And then I want the stock to close near the high of the day. So if I can go check, then becomes a swing candidate. That's what I do. But again, I'm not a big swing trader. So if you click on here, you can see my screen, right? Right here, it says room drive. Can you see that icon that says room drive? Okay, so click on the room drive icon, and then down here, my 4 rules for swing trading, you can download. And then you'll have it, okay? Yeah, I haven't checked. I used to do that all the time. I haven't really checked that for probably months. Mainly because I created my homepage, so it wasn't necessary to go there. But Ecor, I know Ecor. I know of Ecor. Well, okay, but the issue for Ecor for me would be that it doesn't have a lot of room. You know, 120 right here looks like I mean, yes, I mean, obviously I got it right at 106 and I could trade it right at 120. That'd be a nice percentage move, but yeah, I would have to take this out for me to be interested. You're welcome, Kev. Yeah, but if I'm going to swing trade it, it has to have more room, right? I mean, look where it could stall easily. Not that far away. No, I'm glad it worked. I wasn't sure if that would actually work downloading from that drive. What else do I have up here that I used to always show? Links, yeah, I don't need that. Should get rid of that. Scans that I share, get rid of that. Channel bar descriptions. Yeah, I should get rid of that. Really, probably should just add this on my homepage somewhere. My 4 rules for swing trading. All right, guys. Well, we're getting close. I'll be shutting the room down at 3. So, any questions you may have, obviously, fire away now. Don't be shy. That IPW that Zach is talking about really ticked me off. This is one that I sort of traded yesterday, and look what it did at the end. Right at the very, well, no, that's not the end. Oh, I'm sorry, this is today. Yesterday. Look what it did yesterday. It had to zip up after hours 886 from 725. And, it just didn't do it during market hours. This is what I'm talking about, kind of taking a look at a stock that was strong and then take a look at it in the first 5 minutes or so after hours and see, some of them, they don't last. I mean, I'm not saying they're going to last, but I mean, you could have got into this one around 780. I mean, look what it did. It got up to 880 and then it pulled back, but now it's doing kind of the same thing. Oh yeah. I mean, it used to. I mean, it doesn't drive me as crazy as it used to because in the old days, you may only get about 3 or 4 opportunities a day. And now, with the shameless plug for trade ideas, I mean, we have opportunities all day long. But I remember, I mean, again, those of you who have traded for a few years, you go back into those summer months, after the first 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes maybe, it was over. Stocks might have that flurry of activity and then just basically sleep all day. It is way different trading now. There you go, William. I'm going to use you as the poster man for trade ideas. Well, I'm sure it trades all the U.S. exchanges. So, it'll trade. It won't trade the pinks. I don't know why I have these. It doesn't really matter. But if you saw it, I don't see the actual strategies, but it trades the U.S. exchanges: Nasdaq, Amex, and New York. Yeah, William, you're right. I mean, I don't trade after hours that much. Pre-market though is, I mean, again, we got to have another name for it. I mean, to call it the pre-market is crazy. I mean, it's, old habits die hard, obviously. I mean, we still call it the pre-market, but what does that really mean anymore? There's so many stocks, so much action in the pre-market that, again, I guess it's just out of habit. Now, after hours, I agree. There's nowhere near as much action. You really have to pick and choose. And you see a lot of stocks do exactly what I just showed you with the IPW. They have this pop and then they just drop because the volume just tails right off. There's no interest. People are tired after trading all day. you know. Some of them are, yeah, you see like a dot. That's why you see, I've got a bunch of thumbnail charts. So those are the ones that were probably, and I'll probably add to them or readjust them around, 3:45 or so to see the ones that were really moving during the day and that are picking up again. And it's not so much that I'm using a channel. It's that I'm really just paying attention to only a few stocks. And the answer is, Ray, the answer is yes. 9 to 3 Eastern Time, Monday to Friday. Not every day, okay, not Saturdays and Sundays, but from 9 to 3, Monday to Friday, Eastern Time. And welcome, by the way. I'll let that mild expletive slide, though we have some. It's both, okay, Ray? I mean, you can ask me questions about using the software. You can, I don't teach trading so much. We got a lot of great traders in the room. You can take a look at the ideas. It's more ideas that are generated, okay? But you have questions about using the program. You can certainly ask me questions. If I can answer them, I will. Obviously, if I can't, then I'll send you somewhere else. It depends if it's a technical question, something acting up. But if it's a more or less like a software related question, I can usually help. Are you new to trade ideas, or do you have trade ideas? And you can hear me, right? I have to make sure you can hear me. So my question is, are you new to trade? Do you have trade ideas? Are you new to trade ideas? Maybe Ray can't hear me. Oh, you can hear me. Okay. So, I always like to start people off with this. If you're new to trade ideas, I don't know if you've taken a look at the 20 lessons. Oh, okay. No problem. They're actually not clips. It's all text-based, right? It's just text-based. It's just very quick. Yeah, so I mean, I don't teach trading. I mean, the only thing if you want to call it teaching, is money management. Okay, I mean, I'm a momentum trader. I mean, that's, a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people want to play pullbacks, but that's just kind of how I am. I like momentum trades. I see stocks near the highs of the day. It doesn't mean I pile in just because it made a new high. I start looking at the daily, weekly, and the monthly chart, looking left to see how much room a stock might have to keep going. If I see that it has room, and then if I see, as long as I'm not completely chasing something, I don't want to chase something that's 10, 15-minute candles straight up. So maybe I'll wait a bit, see if it bases a bit. So it's hard. I'm a different kind of a trader. I mean, I'm not looking for pullbacks and moving averages, things like that. So, but there are a lot of traders in the room that do things like that. Oh, I day trade. That's what I do. I rarely swing. We talked about this. This is one of my favorite scans. Now, if you don't know, if you click on my homepage link, so if you click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. I've got the stock of the day and the trade of the week. So you can sign up for these, but here are the scans I'm sharing. Okay, here's my layout that I'm sharing, and individual scans that I've created that I'm sharing. Okay, some might appeal to you, others may not. This is the one I really like. I don't trade the options. I'm just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. But for instance, and then again, here's the big education section. So you can save my link, okay? And then you can take a look at this later on if you want. But for instance, this was my analysis today. Oh, this is my favorite window. There's no question. I don't get too many alerts in it. This is called moving higher with unusually strong options. But just because I get an alert doesn't mean I pile into the trade. It's an idea. So the first thing I did, as an example, I looked at the GAN. GAN. I'm going to move this off. Just give me a moment here. So I looked at the GAN. And what did I see? I saw all sorts of resistance on the daily chart. We had the alert at 1741. Okay. And I looked at this and I thought, you know what? I just didn't like it. I thought there was just too much resistance close by. It wasn't, for me, it wasn't clean enough. Clean meaning I want to see the next high looking left on a daily chart far enough away. Maybe 50 cents, 60 cents, $1 away. Maybe even more. And then, if I don't see anything on the daily chart, then I'm looking at the weekly chart and then the monthly chart. This is probably a better presentation of it, because I had NMTR was also an alert. First thing I look at this daily chart. Look at all, in my opinion, all the resistance that was there. So we got the alert at 124 right here. The first thing I do, I look at the daily chart. I say, I don't like it. I mean, it did pop above it briefly. But I thought, this has a good chance just to stall right there. And that's kind of where it did. So I didn't like it. And then the last one was RAIL, R-A-I-L. Same sort of thing. I looked at this. I thought, you know what? I just don't like it. It looks messy to me on the daily chart. Had this not been here, that little topping tail, had it been more, then I could have looked and said, okay, it's got a shot, to these areas. So just because I got these alerts, I passed on all three of them. as an example. Now, I don't know if that's teaching you or teaching anybody, but that's just the way I look at things. Now, a lot of people in this room, including myself, I'd like to be, because I'm doing a lot of talking and explaining things. I can't concentrate quite as much as I would if I weren't doing this. It's okay. I mean, it's part of the deal. But a lot of people in this room and you can follow people like Real and Zach, William. There are others. I apologize if I've missed you. They're a lot of great traders, but what they're looking for is shorting tops. They're looking at stocks that are doing a parabolic move, and then they have kind of ways to figure out, okay, this looks like a top, and then they're shorted, things like that. I would do a lot of that also if I paid a lot more attention. No, this is not a broker. This is what we call Brokerage Plus. You can attach this room. You can attach this screen if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. You can actually use this screen then to trade those accounts. If you don't have it, do you have an IB Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account? You can also use it as a simulator. Okay, Paper Trader. It uses our real-time data. I'll just plunk this video. It's 2 videos actually. It explains the Brokerage Plus window. But we're not a broker. We just happen to have a window, a feature that you can connect this window to an Interactive Broker or E-Trade account, and then you can actually use this window to trade. But you still need a broker. Yeah, so I used to make changes, Silent, but I don't anymore. I think what you're talking about is changing the watch list name, and I haven't changed the watch list name for a long time, months now. So there's nothing you have to do. You can either load this, these 3 windows from my channel bar, or you can load my layout, and there's nothing else you have to do. I think you were referring to that, right? The fact that I used to change the watch list name. Yeah, so no, I don't do that anymore. All right, guys, I think that's it. That's a wrap. A lot of, wow, what an exciting day. Great day, really. I mean, when you think about it, my favorite day. This is a recap here. Favorite day when this happens. Let's take a look at the 15-minute chart on the SPY. So here's where the SPY closed yesterday, right up here. And here was a massive gap down. Okay, big gap down. But look at the recovery. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 8, almost 2 hours. And what did I say? I said, this can turn into my favorite day if we get an hour or 2 of recovery. And that's exactly what we had. So a lot of bounce plays, a lot of stocks that were beaten up for no reason other than, the overall market was down and they got dragged down with it. A lot of bounce plays for these 2 hours. Well, you're already in. There's nothing for you to do, Ray. You're already in. You don't have to, you are a member. You're in, therefore you are a member. Nothing more you have to do. Yeah, all you have to do to get into the room every day, just go to the home page. I have to do the same thing. There's not, even though I'm the moderator of the room, I have to go through the same exercise. So you go to our home page. I mean, this is what I have to do every day too. And I have to click on Trading Room, and then I go through the whole process. I think you have to create a password and a username one time, and that's it. But go to our home page though, and you do that every day, and you're in. Okay, guys, that is it for me. Because I want to do some trading on my own. That's kind of what I do. People ask, why do I shut the room down at 3? Well, a little bit selfish perhaps, but then it gives me an opportunity if I do want to trade completely on my own. Don't have to babysit you guys. Okay. So we'll do all this again tomorrow, starting at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Just give me my script ready here. Okay. I know, but people say, why are you doing it now? But anyway. Okay, guys, I'm shutting the room down now. Have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Bye-bye. You too, Ija.